Hi, welcome to another edition of Commercials I Hate.
Hello. Well then, good morning. Hey look, the captions work. That's great. The sound also appears to be working. The mic appears to be working. Maybe the mic feels a little low. I don't know. The music seems to be at, well, the music's off now. But the music was, for a moment there, looking like it was at a good volume. Cool. I think we're good to go. Yeah. I need to make myself a coffee, I think. It was a short night. It was a short night, and the morning came real quick this morning, and it was a really good one though. So we're back. We're here. Not and Getty, welcome in. Good day to you. Good morning. I got you for your 80 check-ins yesterday. I did. There it is. I'm seeing it on my sheet. Sofa, welcome in. Hello again. We meet again. Bellos, welcome. Good day. Sita, welcome. Good day. I think, Sita, we wrapped up stream around 2 a.m. last night. Just about 255 balloons in. 0 pops. Incredible. Incredible. This morning was worth it. Calvin enjoyed the balloons. The cats did not enjoy the balloons, have not enjoyed the balloons, have not entered the kitchen since I started blowing up balloons. Daisy also did not particularly enjoy the balloons, but she is big enough to make her way through them. Can I share a funny picture of Daisy with you? Of course I can. This is Daisy. This is Daisy this morning. See if you can spot her. This is Daisy this very morning, wading through the balloons. She was annoyed, but she's used to this type of nonsense, so it was okay. She was outside the kitchen. She was like, no, I'm not coming in. Calvin went to the treat drawer. She saw him go to the treat drawer, and she literally was just like, just threw all the balloons. She is almost buried. Yeah, and that's everywhere but right here. I have a very small little patch of space here where I am standing. So this is where I am. Okay, I have like a little patch of space, but the rest of the room is that. Like literally that. And then over here. So Daisy was basically just like neck deep in balloons and having snacks and treats this morning. Spunky's mom, welcome in. Calvin did. We didn't do a present this morning. Yesterday we went to a store, and we went to this soccer store. He's been relatively obsessed with soccer for a year and a half, maybe 2 years now. And we went to a store in New Jersey, and I was basically, I was like, just pick something that you want. So he picked out a New Jersey, a new kit, as they're called, and a new soccer ball. So that was his like present today, or rather yesterday. We went there yesterday, He also needed new cleats, so we got new cleats because he tweak. So he definitely needed cleats, and I was like, I don't know, I had a couple ideas for presents for him. He's been playing. Hello? Yeah, he's been playing the violin. But we don't really want to get him a violin because like he may grow out of that this year, both physically and interest wise. He's going to have some type of like device for school next year because the commute is going to be slightly different, and I don't see that as a present. I see that more as like, hey, you get this device, phone, watch, whatever. But really it's like the family's device. It's not like your personal entertainment thing. It's a tool. That's how I'm like positioning it. So I didn't see that as a present. So the soccer store was kind of like a little intermediary thing. And someone mentioned something in chat yesterday, and I was like, damn, oh, that would have been a great idea. And then I lost it and I forgot what it was. I don't know if I ever go back and clip last night's stream. Oh, that's what it was. Thank you, Sofa. Yes, it was the bike. And then we talked about the bike in the winter. But yeah, bike, I'm going to write that down because he does need a new bike. He's very much outgrown his. So that is an actual present. We've done the bike as a Christmas present before, but that's been the same thing as going to the soccer store. It was like we went to the store and was like, pick out a bike. They had like 3 that were his size, and all of them were in our price range. So I was like, just pick one. I don't really care. Yeah. So. That was yesterday, and this morning we did Dutch babies, a singular Dutch baby, and that was good. That worked out well. I did blueberry compote on the stove, and now we're gonna make some ice cream and macaroni and cheese and probably some cookies because all of those things sound delicious. And that's what he asked for his birthday. So, Boris, yeah, it's impossible to grow out of something once you get hooked. Well, that's the thing is he likes playing the violin, but like when I was in school, I liked playing some of the instruments. I liked playing, I enjoyed playing drums in the band, but then I just got interested in other things. It's not like you're not interested in violin anymore. It's like now you're more interested in this other thing, So I was like, I don't want to invest. I don't want to buy a violin. Like they're not cheap. They're not like super expensive if you get like a used one or whatever. But physically, right now, he uses a smaller violin because he is a smaller person, and this year he'll probably use the small violin, and then next year he'll probably go up to like the regular size violin. So we also were like, I'm not gonna buy a small violin and then have him like grow out of it in 6 months, especially when the school literally gives him a violin for the school year to use, and school starts in 2 weeks. So yeah, it's a present for consideration in the future. Ace, welcome in. Good to see you. Long time no see. I was away for a little while. I was away, and then I was ill for a couple of days. I meant to stream a couple more times than I did last week, but here we are regardless. Welcome in, and it's good to see you. Shayna, hello. Good morning. It is still morning for you. It is still, in fact, morning for me. As well. It is 11:35 a.m. I have had ice cream on my mind all morning. I've also had a very slight headache because when I get like 3.5 hours of sleep or 4 hours of sleep or whatever it was I got last night that was less than 8, I always sort of wake up with a headache. Does that happen to y'all? You like, you know, for me, when I just get less sleep than I should, I instantly have a headache. Yeah, Boris, I mean, he's been taking violin for 2 years, so I'm mainly like, if he sticks with it another year through the transition, we have a school transition this year, a different, school is going to be different this year, so if violin makes it through that transition to more, basically he's going to have a lot more opportunities, extracurricular opportunities, clubs, sports, all that kind of stuff. If violin sticks through all of that, then we will get him a violin that is his. That's where we're at. It's 11:30 a.m. Let's make some ice cream. I gotta read the directions for this too first. I'm getting this out right now because I want to put this in the freezer because it's better when it's cold. Ace, family holiday by the seaside. Super. We were in Paris. That was our family holiday this year. I say this year as if we go internationally every year. It's literally the first vacation we've taken as a family ever. Fellas, the horrible music teachers. No string instruments. Didn't even have a degree. No music degree. No degree of any kind. Interesting. I feel like sometimes if you're like, yeah, I can play the guitar, and they're like, cool, but can you teach children? Oof, that sucks. I'm sorry you had a bad experience. I just didn't like playing the piano. That's why I stopped. Extra caffeine. Right, I said I was going to make coffee, didn't I? Didn't I? I did, and then I didn't. Canadian wildfires. Yeah. Yo, the Canada. Get your shit together. I'm just kidding. Totally kidding. I'm totally kidding. Global warming sucks. That came through Philly last year, and it was like, it was for real. Lou, put this in the freezer. Put it in the freezer. Put it in the freezer. Find a place in the freezer. There it is. Make the coffee you said you were gonna make. Okay, let's do that. Y'all get to see my new little coffee machine. It's fun. I have the tiniest violin. Wait, what is it? There we go. Yeah, marching band. Oh God, I was never in the marching band. I was in. Whoa, that was like. I was in the whatever, the band. I don't even. It's like just the one that you sit on the chairs. I was in the band in school for 2 years in elementary school, and then 1 year in middle school, and I was like, nah, this sucks. I'm not into it. No offense, band folk. What was I into in middle school? Skateboarding. That's what I was into. I was into skateboarding. In high school, I got into the student newspaper. That was my high school activity. That actually carried through college too. I did the college newspaper. And then I was like, I want to be a newspaper writer when I grow up. And then the whole world was like, F you. Just kidding. We're going to flush your industry down the toilet. So now I'm, I was going to say not, but like, obviously I'm not. I do write. I used to really love writing emails for my job. That their job that I'm not currently in. I did used to like writing emails. I was pretty good at it. Boris, how was your vacation? Did you have a relaxing vacation? Do y'all do relaxing vacations or like active vacations? Here's what I mean. I have been on 2 vacations in the past like 15 years, right? One of them was to an all-inclusive resort in Jamaica that I went to with 6 other friends and Gwen. That was like 14 years ago. We just like laid on lounge chairs and smoked weed all day, which was a really nice, I would say, relaxing vacation. And then the most recent one was just a couple weeks ago, and that was a very active vacation. That was like walking every day. We had like one day that was kind of a down day, but most of it, the majority of it, was just like walk. Just music class and a recorder things. Oh God, yeah. Here, kid, go take this home and see if your parents will let you do music. The kitchen is wide and not deep. Well, it's the back depth of your kitchen isn't double what you can see. It actually, what you can see where the camera cuts off right here is about half. It's about halfway wide, but it's longer. So on this side, on this side, right? Like here's the computer, right? Here's where I'm standing. There's a little like time over there, but on this side, there's like a kitchen table. It's like a diner style table. You can only fit 4 chairs at it. And then like a little corner bench area. So this is just an island. But yeah, the kitchen is wide. What's the way? It's wide this way. Or no, it's longer in this direction than it is in this direction. So a vacation balance. I think that if you have balance, that could be good. I feel like I aim for active. Like my preferred is active. Let's take the balloons off the stove. Bookended by visiting grandparents and a few days by the sea. Excellent. 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 I need a cup to put on here. Cyber K-Chop, good morning and welcome in. Thank you for your check-in. This is the new, I got this new little like espresso maker. It's kind of fun. I'll show you what it looks like on the stove. That was a French takeaway, by the way, was not drinking like big cups of coffee anymore. Was this little thing. Oh yeah, I need to turn it on, don't I? It's basically a Bialetti pot that you put some espresso in, and then water, and then you fill it up, and it makes either a single or a double espresso, and you drink it right out of the mug. It sits on the little thing. It's kind of fun. So Fluff says, I don't want to get home and feel like I need a vacation. Yeah, I guess it depends where you're getting away from. That was last year when you were in the cupboards. That was 3 streams ago. That was the last stream I did before going away for 2 weeks. My brain assumed there's loads of space behind the camera for the audience. It is, streamers have the cameras inches from a wall. Yeah, you know who was wild for that one? I remember, I've talked about him before, but Minnesota Taz's old kitchen, he's since moved, but his old kitchen, his camera was like in the cabinet. So imagine like, and he had like an overhead camera and a cabinet counter, but he was basically like, he had his camera like in the back of the cabinet and then like an overhead one here, and was standing like right here, which was kind of fun. When I realized that, I was like, whoa, dude, that's crazy. Cyber K-Chop, you have 220 check-ins. That is CYBORKCHOP220. That's a holy crap. I need a way to automate that. It's like every number of 20. I don't know. Oh, took home some lamb. What are you making with it? Are you doing anything specific with it? Okay, we're making ice cream today. It's not lamb ice cream. Okay, so we did all of that. Refrigerate for 3 hours. Before churning the ice cream maker, add in the cantaloupe puree and stir until incorporated. Okay, so we need to make some cantaloupe puree, like now. Churn the ice cream in the mixture in the bowl of your ice cream machine according to your manufacturer's instructions. Mine took about 20 minutes until it was thick and the consistency of soft serve ice cream. Okay, fellas, enjoy your lark. Enjoy your morning. Hopefully your wildfire ash situation has calmed down. We made the ice cream base last night. It's in the refrigerator. It's been in there since last night. Should be pretty good. So we need to cut some cantaloupe now. The other thing that happens when I don't get a ton of sleep is I'm so thirsty. Like unquenchable thirst kind of thirsty. These are things that I didn't know. I didn't know this. I feel like my sleep pattern is like normal now. After we got back from vacation, I for a week straight, I got 8 hours of sleep, which is like, I haven't done that in probably since I was like 12. Anyway. Okay, we do have to cut up this cantaloupe though, and make cantaloupe puree. So add the cantaloupe to a food processor, blend until smooth, strain the cantaloupe with a sieve, set aside. Feel like that coffee's just about to start going. I'm gonna do this in, oh, there it goes. Hey, look at this. See, this is what it does. It's just like a little mini situation. Very, very pleased with this coffee pot. It was super cheap. But it just like, you can put like a cup under it. You can put 2 cups side by side on the thing. And it just sort of makes an espresso for you. There it goes. And it's done. Beautiful. Let me wash my hands. Actually, let me get this off the stove. Then I'm going to wash my hands. Then I'm going to cut up this cantaloupe. Then we'll blend it. And then we'll be ready to churn ice cream. Pretty quick. This is why we made the ice cream base last night. Let's get the blender. Oh, Jesus. Okay. That's hard going on that side of the room. We're going to use the actual blender. I can't even open the cabinet that has the food processor in it. There's a literal pile of balloons in front of it. Uh-oh. Jenga. There we go. Got it. Yeah, like it's in... Nope, wrong angle. The food processor is in the cabinet that is right there, the one in the back. So we're not getting there today. This is Daisy Deep. These balloons, the balloons are literally like Daisy Deep on the floor. Let's see, welcome in. Good day, good morning. Hello. How many balloons did I get to? Oh, 255 last night. Total. 255. We also determined I can do 9 per minute. And at the very max, 9 per minute is the capacity. And let's see, what other factors? Yeah, 255, and we popped 0 balloons. 0 balloons. Whoa, I'm holding my hand perfectly so you can see my eye through it. That's weird. Full effect of the t-shirt. There it is. It's a zipper. It's slimming. It's slimming. It has like a vertical stripe. Lived in Clothing, welcome in. Soflip, thank you for the shout out. Yeah, the other, I have this one tie-dye that's, it's like round and the circle is like right here and it sort of radiates out and it just makes me look like I have a huge stomach. Because it's like any little bulge in that circle is like accentuated by the round, but this one is like, I don't know. It looks like I'm zippering up. If I had like a, I don't know, black neck tattoo, it would work really well too. Lived in Clothing, good day, good morning. Welcome in. No one can see beyond the pattern. True. Last night, I bought this cantaloupe yesterday at the South Philly Acme, which we've passed on stream. And it wasn't super ripe. And I put it in a bag, a paper bag, and left it on the counter, and now it's ripe. I didn't look that up or anything, but I was like, I think that is the way that you can ripen like most things. So I did, and it seemed to work pretty well. So it smells ripe now. Whoa, did stream just die? Nope. Okay, good. I had my internet and electric for this computer is run through a plug right here next to the trash can. And if you bump it, it might just kill everything. Woma, welcome in. Good morning. Good day. Oh, let's plug the blender in. Please don't turn on. Yes. Okay, good. All right, this calls for 2 cups of cantaloupe. So I'm actually making a specific recipe from icecreamfromscratch.com. I printed this out March 25th. You can see that right there because I wrote it down. This is a specific recipe for cantaloupe ice cream. I have made it before and it worked well. I'm making it again. And hopefully that remains true. All right, let me wash my hands here for a moment. From this moment on. Y'all ever gotten a paper cut from a piece of poster board? It sucks. How'd the cats react to the balloons? Vertically. By sniffing, and then when they moved, going and shooting out of the room. We tried to introduce, Calvin tried this morning to introduce both Ash and Obi to the balloons, and neither one of them wanted anything to do with it. Although I did see both of them separate. The balloons have started migrating. What happens is they, because the steps to the living room are like right in the kitchen here, they start flowing down the steps to the living room, to the basement. I saw both Obi and Ash independently investigating balloons this morning in the living room. Like I feel like they cornered one. They like got a balloon on its own and were like looking at it. Ash had it and was like walking around it, trying to chase the little knot. And he was like trying to sniff the knot, but it kept moving because he was like, because static electric. Cats. So they're interested, they're curious. I feel like eventually they will come around and potentially get into the thing. But I feel like it's just overwhelming right now. I mean, like, look at this is what the whole floor looks like. This is literally this is like the floor. It's knee deep. Robbie, welcome in. Good morning or good day. Hello. Hello. The balloons are migrating. Yeah, well, they start migrating immediately. Gwen's having some people over this weekend and was like, damn it, all these fucking balloons are going to be around. Like, all my friends are here. But I think we're gonna. Last year, for the first time, I got Calvin to like make a little fun out of stabbing them and popping them. So I think we're gonna try to get that to happen sooner this year. Last year we did that after about like 2 weeks of balloons. The novelty is fun, but I think specifically for Gwen, the novelty wears off very quickly. Mostly because what happens is her like space in the house is the basement, and that's where a lot of them end up because gravity. Because that's how gravity works. They also end up getting stuck in the kitchen, not in the kitchen, sorry, in the living room, in the intake vent for the air. They're like, you can hear it. It'll like, the air will come on. It'll be like, and then it'll be like the sound will completely change. And you're like, oh, a bunch of balloons are stuck to the grate. So you go down there and pop the balloons that are on the grate. All right, cantaloupe. Let's cut this up. I'm gonna need about 2 cups of this, it says. Please don't be rotten. Hell yeah. This is a huge cantaloupe. Let me see. Yeah, the seeds, it doesn't appear to be particularly juicy, which, whatever. Maybe it is. I don't know. But we're going to scrape this and then just dump this out. What time is it? 11, almost noon. Okay, cool. This time tomorrow, I'm dumping my cantaloupe here into my compost bucket. This time tomorrow, we will be at Bennett Compost, seeing exactly what happens with this compost bucket and this compost specifically. Tomorrow morning, these cantaloupe rinds are going into a compost pile. Twinderella, welcome in. I have quite a few commands related to composting now that are available on the stream. I'm gonna have those with me tomorrow. What did I set up yesterday? Bennett sign up, Bennett social, compost 101, find compost, and home compost. We have quite a few, but they all kind of lead to different resources. And I put them on a timer too, so they'll just like post randomly throughout the stream. Not randomly, very specifically, they'll post every 11 minutes, which is not random. It is super specific. But just like the promo posts for social media and following and subscribing and all that post every 10 minutes right now. The compost ones will post every 11. Okay. It says I need 2 cups of cantaloupe diced. Let's get out my cup measure. I don't know what they mean when they say diced, because diced could be small. It could be... It doesn't say what size dice. So we're gonna do like a relatively small dice. And I am gonna cut the rest of this up. So I'm gonna cut all the cantaloupe up. Compost. I don't know how else to say it. It is Twinderella. The birthday has gone great. Calvin had a good morning. We got up. I got up in time to make the Dutch babies. I made Dutch baby singular. I made that. I also made some blueberry and raspberry compote. I don't want to say like jam, but it was like a thick syrup, a compote. To go with that. Sent him off to camp. And then what did I do? Sent him off to camp. And I went, I tidied up the house a little bit. I went out of the house. I had to get some ice. Compote. Compost. I'm confused, Ace. Interesting. Legitimately, I don't think I've ever heard anyone say it any way other than compost. Compost. But that's also a very like Maryland way to say things, because the O, that sort of O sound that I make is sort of specific to like the Baltimore accent. So I could be accused of saying it in a Maryland way. Compost. Let's see. I think 2 cups of cantaloupe is not going to be all that much, which is fine. Calvin loves cantaloupe. This is a favorite fruit no matter what. So if I just have a bunch of cantaloupe slices in the fridge, he'll still be pretty happy. Compost. Now I'm like, now it's starting to sound like a different language to me. That's funny. I'm glad to be posh when we're talking about it, because it doesn't feel very posh. Compost itself feels whatever the opposite of posh is. I'm dicing this up quite a bit because I don't know what they mean when they say diced. That's most certainly compost. Man, if someone said that to me in a UK accent, I would be like, repeat, please. Unclear. All right, that's about 2 cups right there. Let's add just a touch more. It also has a specific note. It does have a specific note. It may be tempting to add more than 2 cups of cantaloupe to this recipe, but I've found that adding anything more will result in an icy ice cream due to the water content in the cantaloupe. Yeah, Twinderella, I would be like, no, what? Please, repeat. I'm going to use the small blender. Using this thing for 2 cups of cantaloupe feels like an abuse of power. We can't do that. I am gonna wade the waters through the balloons over here to get the small blender, and we'll use that. It says use a food processor, but like this will all fit in the bullet blender that I have, and it's not hot, so we don't need to worry. I realize this is the first time, maybe the first time anyone's ever called you posh. You know what's funny? I used to work at a camp, and some of the people that I worked with at the camp. My nickname one of those summers was Classy Lou. And it was only because I basically because like I knew how to read. And was like literate and not just a big old big old idiot. They're like, "You're classy," and I'm like, no, I'm not. I just like, I don't know. Yeah, the balloons really are just like, yeah. I mean, we're like holding back the tide here. Like, this is quite literally the most ridiculous. Okay. Yeah. But not posh. All the other coworkers didn't get an education. No, they were Velos. This was they were like 15. And I was like in college and had, I don't know, some semblance of like being out in the world. They were just kids, like they were kids. Well, one of them was my one guy was not, the guy who gave me the nickname was not a kid. He was actually my boss, but he was definitely, I don't even know. There's like no way to put it tactfully. He was just like a big sort of meathead football fan, American football. And I was like, I don't know, like just the way that I talked or something. He was like, "You classy. You're a classy kind of guy. I'm going to call you Classy Lou." And I was like, Jesus Christ. Like what? Anyway, survey says, welcome in. Love the shirt. Hell yeah. It's a zipper. Knew how to read? Yeah, I know. Shocking, right? Oh my God. I'll tell you, speaking of shocking, let's plug this in and hope for the best. Oh my God. Locked in. Yeah. It's like my head is like popping out. Whoa. Speaking of. Okay, let's get this bread. No, this is cantaloupe. Let's blend this cantaloupe. I'm gonna mute the mic real quick. Damn, that's satisfying. Damn, that was satisfying. That was so. I'm gonna make some more of this and drink it. I'm gonna make more of this and yeah, a little bit of the cantaloupe, huh? Where's my strainer? There it is. Okay, back into the cup measure it goes. Just gonna strain it right back into here. Yeah, exactly, Ace. Exactly. Like, I'm not trying to be erudite, but sometimes it just comes off that way. Okay, well, I don't know why I actually strain. It says to strain this, but I feel like I don't really want to. Add vodka. There you go. There's a thought. There's a thought and a good one. All right. It's just foamy, I think. Is there any, like, actual solids at the bottom of this? Oh, there is. Who knew? The recipe knew. It said to strain it. You know, this strainer, not gonna work. Not gonna, shit, not gonna work for me. We need more, I can't, this is too slow. Got my drag name sorted out. Hey, you know? At least when the world's going to shit, at least there's that. Okay. That's better. Yeah, that's a lot quicker. That was gonna take too long, Lou. You should have done it for the content. I know. I know. How are you gonna making ice cream last 4.5 hours on stream when it's mostly in the freezer? Shut up. Yeah. That's right. I had that thought. I was like, man, all I'm doing on stream today is making ice cream and mac and cheese. I don't know if it's going to take that long. And then I was like, it will. It will. It will. Because I'm going to do other stupid shit in the middle of it, like make another round of this cantaloupe juice and then drink it. Obviously. Stay tuned, right? Like I said, like I keep saying on the stream, if there is silence, I will fill it with talking. Don't you worry. Mouth noise will continue. Oh, whoa, hold on. Oh, okay, it worked. I thought I just went to turn the water off, and I thought it didn't turn off, and I thought I was going to have a problem. Legit. Okay, so thing number one, we need to add this to the ice cream and start it churning. I want to do that before 12. No, I'm gonna finish this real quick. I guess I wonder if I should let this like settle and separate a little bit more. This one has 2 ingredients for various recipes. It is not. This is a recipe. This is the cantaloupe ice cream recipe, but I am just making the puree, like cantaloupe puree, right now. And then we're going to add this cup of puree, almost 2 cups of puree, to the ice cream base that we made last night. And then we're going to churn it and freeze it and put it in the freezer for baby and me. Zach, welcome in. Good day. Good morning. Good morning. All right, let's make a little bit more of this puree because I want to drink some of it and see how it works. Hold on, Mike's muting while we're blending. All right. Let's try this. Chef Mega, welcome in. Can I offer you some cantaloupe juice in these trying times? Thing number one, that is not so much juice as it is foam because it was in the blender. Thing number two, damn, that's really good. That is tasty. You can see over here, it's starting to separate a little bit. as it's whoa, wrong side. Nope, over here. It's starting to separate as it sits. So maybe if I stir this a little bit, because I think I understand why they said to put it in the food processor, because it's very foamy. Although I don't know if that's such a bad thing for ice cream, because it may end up incorporating better as foam. I have the milliliter side towards y'all because it's better, because it's the way we should be measuring. It's practice for when we all have to leave America. Anyway. Ooh, that got dark in a hurry. All right. But seriously. I'm going to let this settle for a few more moments before we mix it in. So we did churn. Woof. That wasn't a word. We have to churn the ice cream, not by hand. Heavens. Heavens no. We have to churn the ice cream for about 20 minutes in ye old ice cream bucket here. Before we do that, I'm going to continue to let this settle. I'm going to cut up the rest of that cantaloupe. When we're finished, well, we're going to take a quick break. We are going to do a words on stream break. We'll do that here in just a few minutes. Oh my! I chugged all that water and now I've got belches. Whew. Huh. Yeah, I've got like little mini belches starting. All right, but let's just cut this up real quick, but also carefully, but like quick, and get this in a container, and we'll pop that in the fridge, and then we're going to take a quick break for words on stream. I'm going to process the dishes that are in the sink, and then we'll be back to churn ice cream just like the good old days. Don't you love when people say like the good old days? I'm like, which days were those? Which days exactly are you talking about? All right, here we go. I got. Cool. Dare I say this out loud? I'm increasingly. I am going to say this out loud because we're about to take an ad break and then I can stop talking about it. I'm increasingly getting annoyed when I hear people say, "Oh, we can say certain words again," and I'm like, "But you shouldn't fucking been able to say them in the first place." No, you cannot. Please, not around me. I'll still call you an asshole for it. Even if culturally people are starting to say a bunch of different horrible things again, because now people feel empowered and entitled. Anyway, the good old days. Don't fucking threaten me, Cantaloupe. Yes, no, still offensive. Those words are still offensive. They were always offensive. Okay, okay, soapbox is done. We're gonna take a quick words on stream break. We'll be right back. Here is 3 minutes worth of ads. Here comes a game of words on stream. Wait, shit, where'd it go? There it is.
Hi, welcome to another edition of Commercials I Hate.
I'll take that one. All right, bot. Calm down. I'm gonna do a few of these dishes while I'm waiting here. Because I can, and I should. Wow, I'm about to finish all the dishes. Amazing. Last guess. Dee 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 dee. Oh, welcome back. If you're on Twitch, you were experiencing an ad break and now you're not. Thank you for your patience. I appreciate you. Nobody likes ads. I don't like the ads. I do kind of like the ads. I earn a little bit of money off of them. More than I earn from gifted subs every month. But, like, not that I'm asking you to gift subs, but I am asking you to, like, tolerate the ad breaks occasionally. Anyway, we're back. We're playing a game of words on stream. I finished all the dishes and I feel really good about myself for doing that. And now, we'll be back in just a moment on the big screen once this little situation scenario game, I believe it's called, is over. So just like hang out for one more moment and we'll be there. You know, you can always go follow on YouTube. Here's a link to that. It's in chat. There's no ads on YouTube and we are live there. I don't always chat. That's not true. If you chat on YouTube, I will chat back to you. Hello, YouTube. But there's less interactive elements on YouTube. So, you know, enjoy. Take your pick. Okay, last guesses. Get them in. I'm gonna rinse off this cutting board just real quick while we're doing that, because I just finished with it, and now... I fucking hate when words on stream sounds disappointed. Like, shut up, bitch, I'm trying! What was the long word? Who knows? Who knows? It won't tell you. It won't ever tell you. All right. We're back. Hi. Let's make ice cream now. You can see my cantaloupe puree has settled slightly more. This will be fine, I think, once I put it in. I do see exactly why they say to use the food processor, because the blender incorporates quite a bit of air into here. But I think it'll be fine, honestly, because it's, you know, it's all going to the same place and getting frozen anyway. Do I need this blender again? No. Okay. Oh. I moved the balloon on the floor and there was a piece of cantaloupe rind underneath of it, which I didn't see because there's balloons everywhere. Okay. That's delicious. Okay, we've added the heavy cream, we added the vanilla extract, we started to combine, we covered the bowl with plastic wrap. This is last night. I'm reiterating what we did last night. Mrs. H, welcome in. You ever not drink your coffee for long enough that you need to microwave it again? And you've only taken like 2 sips of it? Fuck, I hate when I do that. Kind of the worst. One of the best reasons to go with iced coffee instead of regular coffee is that you can just like add an ice cube to it. It's a lot easier. Okay, last night we made an ice cream base. Today we're gonna churn. For all the ice cream, churn, churn, churn. What band is that? Is that like Fleetwood Mac? I forget. Never been a big fan of Fleetwood Mac. Sorry, not sorry. To be fair, there's some really good Fleetwood Mac bangers, but like in general, meh. I'm all right. We do need this ice cream salt. Super specific. I work in childcare. Have not had a hot coffee for 15 years. I believe you. There's definitely been times, many times in history, my history, personal history, but also just generally speaking, I think, in history, where I've been looking for my mug and been like, fuck, I don't know where my mug went. And I like go get another mug out of the cabinet here. I go to the fridge, I pour like a little coffee in that mug, I open the microwave, and I'm like, oh, there it is. There's my mug from 4.5 hours ago. Still in the microwave. Usually the microwave will say like done or finished. And I'll be like, huh, what was in there? And I'll open it and I'll be like, fuck, it was my coffee. Anyway. See, now this is too hot. Ooh, my mouth. And here it will sit. Watch as this coffee gets lukewarm on this counter. You ready for it? Go. Okay, before churning the ice cream maker, add in the cantaloupe puree and Sterling Sterling Incorporated. Okay, churn the ice cream mixture in the bowl of your ice cream machine according to your manufacturer's instructions. Mine took about 20 minutes, it says. Let's look at the instructions here, because this recipe assumes that I'm using an ice cream maker, that has one of those bowls that you put in the freezer and freeze, like, the thick, it has like water in or whatever in the outside of the bowl, and it isn't. I do not have that. I don't have that. This is the one that I have is this one. Which is not even insulated. Excuse me. Oh my God. I have been having liquid this morning. So let's just refresh here. Chill the ice cream canister until cold to the touch. It's cold. It's in the freezer. Imagine that. First, find a stable surface near an electrical outlet before starting. Hey, you good? How was your childhood? You feel okay now? All right. Seems stable to me. Marianne, welcome in. Hello. Leslie says, I'm curious about how this works. I've never made ice cream. This is an electric maker. it's slightly different. When I was a kid, we made these by hand. Back in my day, no, when I was in Scouts, Boy Scouts, like as a youth, we had like a hand crank. It looked very similar to this, but I think it went like this, actually. I don't remember. Whatever. It's not relevant. You cranked it by hand. That's... Anyway. Also, hold on. Someone said hi right before words on stream. Ricochet, are you still around? If you're not, it's cool. I didn't say hi to you when you said hi earlier, but Ricochet, I was talking about words and language, and they said, preach! And I was for just a moment, but we sort of... We cut to an ad break before I got too deep into that line of conversation. Make ice cream with snow. Oh yeah, we've done like a little like fresh snow. Add some like vanilla extract in it. That's always good. Yeah, Robbie, the hand crank one. I remember it takes a while. It used to take like an hour to make ice cream, and we'd switch off like who was doing it, right? Ceta says you'd nest 2 tin coffee cans in each other with ice and rock salt in the larger and the cream in the smaller, and roll them back and forth until you had ice cream. Yeah. That would work. That would work too. And the coffee cans are metal, so they actually like conduct the cold really well. It's a good workout. Yes. Yeah. Yeah, the KitchenAid attachments are pricey, and I'll be dead honest with y'all. There is no way this was a gift. There is like zero chance that I would have purchased this on my own, because I don't like appliances. I don't like big stuff like this, and there's zero chance I would have purchased the KitchenAid attachment for that exact reason, because it's like, it's sort of expensive, and just being real with y'all, I don't think it makes enough ice cream. I don't think it makes enough ice cream to make it worth it. Like, the volume of it is like a quart, maybe, which is like, what even is that? That a quart is like not... A quart of ice cream is like what Gwen and Calvin and I would eat as one serving. So all of the effort you need to go through to like make the base, chill it, churn it, freeze it again for like one serving, like, nah. I forget how much this makes, so like maybe I'm gonna eat my words later, but I'm gonna eat my feelings too, and they're gonna be delicious. The ice cream, not the feelings. The feelings are never delicious. Okay, find a stable surface near an electrical outlet before starting. Done. Make sure the cord is away from any water source. Yes. It is acceptable to use an extension cord. Thanks. I appreciate the validation. Chill the ice cream canister until cold to the touch. It's in the freezer. Got it. Choose your favorite recipe and prepare ice cream mixture per the recipe instructions. We've done that. Pour the chilled ice cream mixture into the chilled canister. Make sure you do not fill the canister more than 2/3 full, as mixture will expand during the freezing process. Great. Insert the dasher into the canister and make sure the bottom of the dasher is properly aligned in the center of the canister. The bottom of the dasher is this, John. It has a little round piece on the bottom, and it sits in this like little situation in the bottom of the canister. Fun stuff. Slide the 2 rectangular ends of the place the canister into the bottom center of the bucket. Slide the 2 rectangular ends of the electric motor into the 2 rectangular holes on the rim of the bucket. Thusly. Before adding ice, be sure that the ice you put into the bucket is broken into small, rough pieces. You may use a mallet or hammer to break into smaller pieces if needed. For each batch of ice cream, expect to use 1 to 2 medium bags of ice. Fill the bucket with a small layer of ice, about 6 cups, evenly distributed around the base of the canister. Cover the first layer of ice evenly with a thin layer of rock salt, about 1/2 of a cup. That's a hell of a lot of rock salt. Regular table salt or kosher salt can also be used. Salt is necessary for the freezing process. It may take a total of 2 to 4 cups of salt to freeze ice cream mixture properly. Holy shit, 2 to 4 cups. What? I've definitely never put 2 cups worth of salt in here. The more salt that you use, the better. Okay, cool. I guess I should maybe read better.
Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. I have no freaking idea what I'm doing.
The more salt you use, the better. I've not heard that before. I've not heard that the more you use, the better. I've heard use less. Repeat steps 10 and 11, which is fill the bucket with a layer of ice and then cover it in salt. Layering the ice and salt until it reaches the top of the canister. Stop when the top of the mixture reaches the bottom of the drainage hole on the side of the bucket. Add more ice. Adding more ice may cause the mixture to leak out of the drainage hole. As the ice melts down 2 to 3 inches, you may add more ice and more rock salt to the bucket. Plug the power cord attached to the electric motor into an outlet to turn it on. As the canister turns, stir and mix the salt and ice together every 10 to 15 minutes or as needed while the ice cream maker is in use. Note. During the churning process, the dasher does not move. The electric motor turns the canister. Whoa. Turn off and unplug the electric motor once the ice cream has churned for about 30 minutes. If the motor stops prematurely, turn it off. Break up any ice blockages and start again. Okay, cool. So let's get this situation started. Dude Mesa, welcome in. You can reuse the brine. You can fully assemble the ice cream maker and surround it with brine and freeze that. Oh, adorable. That's big brain. Hey, clap for me. I finished my coffee while it was still hot. Jesus. I did it. I feel so accomplished. Go me. Okay, so let's get the bucket out of the freezer. Damn it. You're trying to find more. I added more yesterday. I added ones that worked. I added ones that were on the list yesterday. Use one of those, damn it. Okay, so here's the bucket. It's been in the freezer. Wait. No, hold on. Pause! Fuck, stay in there. Let's get in. It's like I'm talking to the dog, like the cats.
On my shirt, 260 on my shirt.
Maddie, welcome. Are you flirting with me? Probably. Right said Fred thinks so. This is done. Okay, we have our ice cream base here. Ew, it's got skin on it. Yes. Wait. Do we add the skin back in? I don't know. I'm undecided. Shit. Okay, we're done with that. Okay, let's add the puree. Let's add the puree. This is my cantaloupe puree. I'm gonna add this to my cold, very cold ice cream base. Now, it says don't add too much. And honestly, I feel like I'm going to not add all of this. Because I did dice the cantaloupe pretty small. And I don't want this to be too liquidy. So we're going to leave some of this out. Now, is that a good idea? Bad idea? Who knows? Should I chill it again after having Added the cantaloupe? No, this feels very cold. This feels very cold. Okay, but God damn, you're gonna watch me trip over these balloons today. Ice cream. Okay. We have our very cold, very frigid ice cream bucket. Pour the chilled ice cream mixture into the chilled canister. Make sure that you do not fill the canister more than 2/3 full. Okay. Well. Oh, it's definitely not more than 2/3 full. That is not even close to 2/3 full. That tells me I could double this recipe. Remind me once I start moving. No, hold on. No, Lou, just fucking write it down right now. Can be doubled. Okay, cool. Velas is like, hey, I've seen this before. I've seen this show before. Do it now. Yes, we did. We got it. Okay, we've inserted the dasher. Make sure the bottom of the dasher is properly aligned. Place the lid on the canister. Done.
Don't worry, I know what I'm doing.
Oh yeah.
I have no freaking idea what I'm doing.
Sometimes I do know what I'm doing, and I choose not to do it anyway. Slide the two rectangular ends of the electric motor into the two rectangular holes in the rim of the bucket. Okay. Come on. Get in there. Haha. We did it. Okay. This is going to plug in over here. And I'm going to move this a little off to the side here because it's slightly noisy, and I don't know, whatever. Because I'm going to move it off to the side because I don't want it right in my fucking elbow space. Fill the bucket with a small layer of ice, evenly distributed. Okay, so I did go to the store this morning, and I acquired ice. Because I wanted to make sure I had enough. And we've made ice cream on stream before, and I've had to send Calvin to the store to get ice. And he's not available today for errands. It's also his birthday. Not that that would matter. Actually, that wouldn't matter at all. I would be like, listen, I'm making ice cream for your birthday. You want it? Go to the store. Happy birthday. You're getting yourself some ice. Okay, we're gonna put this on a towel though, because, you know, temperature. All right, let's get this opened. And I am going to like follow directions here. Shocking, I know, but it says that's 6 cups of ice. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It is about 6 cups of ice. It does about cover the bottom. Hold on. I suppose I could probably... Let's put those back there. We'll forget about them until later. Cover the first layer of ice evenly with a thin layer of rock salt, about 1/2 cup. About 1/2 cup. We're gonna like... we're gonna follow the bugging directions today. Gonna eat me a lot of peaches. Peaches come from a can. They were put there by a man in a factory downtown. About 1/2 cup. That's a thin layer of ice. Great. Repeat steps 10 and 11, layering the ice and salt until it reaches the top of the canister. All right. We can do this. 1, 2. Okay, swap them in. 3, 4. That's why you use a metal. That's why you use a metal measurer. 5, 6, and then another half a cup of rock salt. Rock salt! You don't have to put on a red light. Okay, well, there we go. Yeah, this is a lot more, I think, than I probably would have added if I was, like, just doing it on my own. Definitely more salt and more ice than I've probably ever added to this before. So we'll see how it goes.
Down here is all salt. The ceiling's salt, the floor is salt, the walls are salt, and to an extent the air is salt. And you breathe that in and you can constantly taste the salt.
Oh, God. Salting your food. What a novelty. You know, some people don't salt their food when they cook, and those people are awful. Okay, here we go. That has reached the top of the container. And now we're going to add one more layer of salt. It says the colder the better. Now, I don't know. I've heard that you're not supposed to salt it all that much. Oh, God, Sofa. I know. I bet. She's like, shut up. People with names that have, like, songs associated with them now, like really well-known songs, probably just fucking hate those songs. Speaking, oh, God, dare I even say this? Yeah, just fuck Lou Bega. Straight up. Plug the power cord, attach the electric motor into an outlet, and turn it on. Okay, about 30 minutes. Yeah, Lizzie knows exactly what I'm talking about. Meanwhile, someone out there is searching Blurp furiously. Don't do it. I should ban that sound. I should just ban that sound straight up in Blurp. I shouldn't even have said anything. Anyway, don't accuse me of that. I said someone. Potentially someone's. No, I should not. I shouldn't ban that sound. I should make it $45 to play. All right, let's plug this in. 30 minutes later. Whoa! Okay, it's going. It's literally rotating all the ice around. That's fun. Okay, well, whatever works. It's supposed to rotate the bucket. But, like, who cares? If it's moving, it's moving. It's churning. It's churning. All right, let's set a 30-minute timer. 30 minutes. And we'll just kind of like let that go. What does it say? Churn the ice cream mixture according to the manufacturer's instructions. There. Oh my God, that sounds so awful. Is that all like coming through? Is all that... There we go. Okay, the ice finally stopped. Hold on. Sorry, I thought we got an artifact. The sound is definitely coming through. Let's switch the side where the microphone is. Maybe it'll be better. It would not be better. Okay, it's... Sorry for the electronic sounds. Minimally? Okay. It's gonna come through. I can't, I guess, change that. I could, if I was like super technologically proficient in the ways of like figuring out the microphone, then I could probably make that change, but I'm not. Listen, it took me like 4 hours and the assistance of some other smart people to get the sound like it is in this moment. Oh, my legs tan all the way up. Oh my. File test. Because when you shine the sun on them all the way up, it happens to get like that. To be fair, mine are not. It's just I wear the same shorts all the time. And they tend to be short, so because that's how I like them. Very, very European style. It is, in fact, European style. You know what's funny? I was before we went to Europe. We went to Paris. Before we went, I was talking to my mom, and she was like, "You have to wear pants. Like, Europeans don't wear shorts." And I was like, what are you talking about? Like, what are you talking about? Yes, they do. And she was like, no, they don't. And I was like, have you ever heard of like European short shorts? And she was like, no. And I was like, I was like, okay, we're gonna drop it now. We're gonna drop this topic. Anyway, she was kind of right. People do wear more pants there. But yeah, Cephalo says I wear long shorts because my thighs are up. I mean, listen, I love the shorts that I'm wearing right now. They are, they have a liner in them. They have a liner in them, and so they're great. But like, you know, athletic underwear, also very nice. Yeah, that is a problem in the warm weather, though, for sure. Have you never seen a European beach? Mostly tiny speedos and comparatively larger people. Yeah, they don't give a shit. They're just like, look at me. So swim shorts, they can be. See, these are the shorts that I have on today are like. They're meant for like athletics. They're gym shorts. You can swim in them. I have swam in them plenty of times. I wear them to the pool. I wear them when I'm going to encounter water. I wear them hiking because I can just like, you can sweat in them, whatever. They are, what are they called? They're meant for like, they're marketed for like military activities, rocking or whatever. 2 band-aids and a smile. We love a European beach here. Chris, welcome in. It's good to see you. Thank you for the shout out so far. Chris, I hope your week is going well. We love a Chris Hangry meal prep stream. Have you all been to one of those meal prep streams? They're epic in length and long in length, high in quality. They do a great job, just like the whole thing. And the photos afterward, brilliant. Beautiful. Even the orchestra is beautiful. Name that show. Where were we? Oh, right, European beaches. Yeah. In where do we wish we were? One of the interesting things, there, like so if you go to a public pool in Philadelphia here, you have to wear a swimsuit, but like they don't really care. Any kind of swimsuit will do. One of the interesting things about public pools in France, at least in Paris, that I understood was that you have to wear a Speedo or like very short style, like the square swim trunks. And I didn't realize this, but I was told that the reason for that is that if you have like board shorts on, people will just wear those out on the street all day and then get in the pool. And it's just like you're covered in filth from like the city. But they're like, if you're wearing a Speedo, they assume that you've had to like change into that to get into the pool. Which I was like, fascinating. Are we sure that's the reason? Are we sure? You sure about that? I love that. Man, that show is so funny. I think you should leave. There's some skits that I'm like, I have no idea. This is the stupidest shit on earth. And some of them are like dying laugh, like just dead laughing. Okay, we're gonna what's the word? Zhuzh this just a little bit. Let's get we're gonna break up some of the ice in here. We're at 8 minutes. 8 minutes. Falke says, when I was in India, a lot of it in 2018 was catered to Russian tourists, right? Retirees all over the place on the beaches, and let me tell you, tiny swimsuits were largely consumed by the pensioners themselves. You're like, sir, are you wearing a swimsuit? And they're like, yes. And you're like, oh. Are you rich? Nah. You're like, okay. All right. We're gonna break up some of this ice down here. I'm going to add a little bit more ice to the top. This is bold of you to assume I need 2 Band-Aids to cover it up. Listen, it might be 4. Nope. Appropriate credit need be given, I will say. And what are we covering up? Darla, welcome in on the YouTube. Speaking of YouTube, if you like YouTube, you too can follow on YouTube. There's a link for YouTube in chat for you too. 21 to 9 minutes have gone by on the clock. No more free YouTube albums. Remember when that happened? People were big mad about that happening. That was like, in retrospect, I wish that was like the big story of the day now. It's not. Our fundamental rights being taken away. That's the story. Yeah. But seriously. More rock salt. Just adding, we're gonna continue just topping off the ice. The slurry down at the bottom is gonna stay cold. Let's keep this in the freezer though. Glam rock salt. I love the idea of freezing it again. I did. That was like, if I was making multiple batches of ice cream and I could clear out like a this thing size shelf in this freezer. Actually, I don't think this thing would fit in here. I just had the intrusive thought, unplug it and see if you can put it in the freezer. No, don't do that. Brain. I had an ice cube escape out the back and it's just quietly melting on the counter, oozing its way to escape. All right, let me wipe the counter off here. Give in to the intrusive thoughts. Yes. Sometimes I do. Often I check myself and I'm like, is that a thing that I really want to do? Like 97% of the time I can stop myself. Usually that happens when I'm cleaning. Ooh, stop hitting the microphone. Have I told you all about my cleaning process? Where I just put my headphones on. Oh, weird. Since I've stopped smoking weed recently, and I'm like, oh, that's not going to work for my cleaning process anymore. Maybe we found the time. Maybe we found the effect that I'm looking for. This is the time. But I love putting on my headphones, getting a little bit high, and then cleaning for like 3 hours, and just sort of like, anytime my brain's like, hey, go pick up that pile over there, I'm like, okay, and I just do it, and 3 hours later, the whole house is tidy. It's kind of amazing. And I've usually listened to like several albums that I meant to listen to. All right, how are we doing in here? I can't see. Make it clear. Yeah, it's starting to freeze. It's starting. It's going. It's not quite there yet. I can still see that it's more liquid than solid, but we're getting there. The recipe here says, the recipe that I'm using says it takes about 20 minutes. The instructions on the ice cream maker say about 30, but I think they also assume that I have more in here than I do. So we're at 13 minutes in right now, so almost halfway. So we are gonna give this about 20 minutes. I'm gonna check it at one point. I'm probably gonna add one more round of ice and then let that melt down, and then we'll check it again. Yeah, Chris, hacking into the flow state. Exactly. It still works sober, so like this. Good. Yeah, it's mainly just like, it's like reading a book. You got to start and then do it for a little while. And then, I mean, like, not like a little while, like days and days. I mean, like, it's really easy to sit down and start scrolling on your phone, right? They make it instantly. You're like hooked instantly. Attention. But like when you sit down to read, you need like 10 to 15 minutes to like get into the mindset and like enjoy it and like remember what the story was and like get back into the flow of wanting to read more. I think that's what cleaning tidying feels like to me. It feels good to start. Sometimes but like when I commit to it, I'm like, I've got 3 hours to tidy here. Let's go. Then, it takes a little bit to start, but then when I start, it's like, I don't know, it's like the tornado starts and like it starts spinning faster. My brain's like, do this. And then it's like, look at that pile over there. And I'm like, yeah, let's go. And then I'm like 3 hours later, I'm like sweating and exhausted. Thanks, brain. Exactly, survey. Cats are more liquid than solid. We all are, aren't we? We're all basically water. Sita wants to go to work for me. I mean, it depends what the work is, honestly. Oh, pants, I know. Shorts? This is why work from home was so fun for like a lot of people for like a couple years there. I fought for Planned Parenthood. Sounds like a fun, weird play on the Planned Parenthood sticker. Wait, I planned for Fought Parenthood. Oh, you're talking about my sticker on the fridge. Yes, I contribute to Planned Parenthood every month. I was going to say it just comes out of my bank account. You should too. They're a worthy organization. Don't let me tell you what to do with your money, but like, if you can, give it to someone who needs it. I do have a habit of doing it. Yes, my body still will remember. It's probably true. This is true. I do. I have a lot of built up habits. They are ingrained. Like, I don't know, like footfalls on a rock step that is 1,000 years old. Do you have ADHD, Darla asks? I don't know. Probably. Never actually had any type of like any formal like diagnosis. My therapist says I could get one if I wanted it, but I keep forgetting to ask. No religious ceremonies. Well, it's all just a measure of control. Forgetting to get one is hilarious. I know. I literally keep meaning to ask. I keep meaning to ask, and I keep forgetting. And I'm wondering if that's like part of the test. I do. I actually am wondering. I'm wondering if they're ever going to ask me about it again. Maybe. You just have to remember it. Oh, it's so easy, right? Nah, y'all, when I go to therapy, I literally come with a list. I'm like, here's my shit. I got an agenda. We're going to spend 15 minutes on this, and then we're going to move along. I just have to like write it down and put it on the list. Yeah, I'm always like, check that. Let's triage this. And then it's like an hour already. Ah. Okay. And this one woke me up at like 3 a.m. Yeah, that's... I don't often wake up thinking about stuff. I have trouble going to sleep sometimes. I have trouble going to sleep sometimes. But I keep like a little notebook next to... I keep like a pen and paper handy so I can just like not use my phone and like, you know... roll over and just like write something down, and sometimes I'm like, oh god, that is unhinged, what was I thinking? Yeah, I do love Fall Guys. I do love when there's like a moment in my day where I'm like, ooh, that's definitely coming up. Okay, let's check this. We're at 18 minutes. I paused my timer so I don't lose track of my time. Okay. It is good to bring a list. Yeah, Chris, if you show up and you don't have something to talk about, the person that I see anyway, they won't bring it up. Like they won't then bring things up. They'll just like make me sit there in silence, which I hate. I abhor silence sometimes. If I'm by myself, it's fine. But like with other people, nah. Okay, this is not quite the consistency of soft ice cream yet. Tasting good though. Woo, shit, that's real good. Okay, we're gonna keep going with that. This definitely needs to freeze a little bit more than it is. It's still kind of liquidy, which is fine. But let's just keep going. We're gonna keep going. Sorry for the noise. Yeah, it's not cheap. That's why I don't do it every week. I would love to go more regularly. And it's also why I don't feel bad if I like have to cancel for a week or a session. I'm like, oh yeah, sorry. But I do. It's one of those things where I prioritize it over some other things sometimes, because when I don't, I find that I don't like spiral over things, but it is helpful to know that you're going to have a place in the world or a time to check in on something specific. Pixie, welcome in. Nice to have you. Yeah, Velas, it would be nice. Fortunately, mine does at least some of it, so that is it's nice if you get a plan that does. Adding a little more salt here. Let's break this up just a touch more. Did I start my timer again? No. Okay, well. Oh, we're gonna get an extra couple of minutes of ice churning. Love it. A space for yourself to unravel. Yeah. You just kind of like, for me, I've been going for long enough that I know what I want to talk about, and I sort of have like a running agenda. And like, you know, I know that there will be times in the week or 2 weeks or whatever, it's a period between where I'm like, oh, that might be important, but then I'll address it sort of on my own or with whoever it is, you know, that interaction was with, and then I don't bring it up. But there's sort of long form things that I talk about regularly, you know. But yeah, I mean, we've been going for a long time, and it's, I think for I count it to me just like it's maintenance. It's good. It doesn't always like make you a perfect person, but it sort of helps make you a better version of who you want to be. Pixie, the balloons went very well. We did 255 balloons last night. None of them popped, which was incredible. And yeah, they're all over the place. They're all over the place in the kitchen. Legit. There is that is like knee-deep balloons everywhere. Where? Everywhere. See, this is the student psychiatrist. They love to take people off meds they've been on for years. And I don't, you know, for the medication side, I haven't done any like mental health meds, but I do appreciate their availability. I think folks need, you know, if they help you, great. And I think I don't think there's any shame. Some people feel stigma about them, but I don't know. Not for me. Bella says, I guess I'll just do the typical male thing and bottle everything up inside. Use later after it builds up and explodes. Probably do something really stupid. I mean, you know, it is helpful if you have something that you're just like stewing on, you know? Can't complain. Pretty happy overall. That's good. That is good. Yeah, I mean, I think I started going for a specific reason, and I stayed going. So I was like, oh, this is helpful. The machine held up great, Pixie. It really did. It worked really well. There are balloons everywhere. They're now in the living room, in the basement, in the hallway. Chris says, I use the word unravel because I think it feels a little bit like spiraling, but it's a different process. I confused the two for a while until I learned that my spiraling was basically me oversharing my emotions. And when I unravel, it's healthier and more controlled way to process what I feel without having to react to the world while unraveling. It does make sense. Yeah, I think when you spiral over something, you dwell, you stay on the surface, right? So here's what I equate. I always, and this is not a thing that I'm like parroting back from my own process, but I feel there's like emotions, there's like macro emotions, right? You have your sad, mad, happy, scared, right? Those are big feelings. Those are like, that's what this is like, the whole thing, right? And when you're spiraling, to me anyway, I feel like you stay there. You're like, I'm mad. I'm gonna be mad, and I'm gonna stay mad. Or I'm sad and I'm going to stay, you know, sad. Happy is fine. Go ahead and spiral around happy all you want. Happy's healthy. Feel free. But then you have the like next level emotion. Like, have y'all seen, we're gonna talk about it. Hold on. Have y'all seen the feelings wheel? Y'all seen the feelings wheel? Lemon, hell yeah. Go Kupo. She's like, send her out more often. She really is a terrier, huh? DJ Harley, welcome in. Good to see you. Here we go. Y'all seen this? Right? So like anger, right? I'm angry. I'm gonna stay angry. Okay, so you're spiraling, great. But like, let's get out of that. What is anger? Am I hurt, threatened, hateful, mad, aggressive, frustrated, distant, critical? Where are you? Tell me where you are. You know, are you feeling threatened? Are you jealous? Are you insecure? Like, feeling insecure can feel like being angry. But once you unravel it, as Chris said, and you get to the fact that I'm angry, but like, what is that? Oh, I'm angry at this person. Why am I angry at this person? Well, they did something. Okay, well, what did they do? You know, like you kind of process it a little bit. It helps. Chris, there is a digital version. If you Google or look up the term feelings wheel, one's a good one. But I think spiraling is when you just stay in the macro side of it. Full disclosure, I'm not a therapist. I'm not a mental health professional. I don't really know what I'm talking about. But like, oh, I'm sad. Am I feeling guilty, abandoned, desperate, depressed, lonely, bored? If I'm feeling lonely, am I feeling isolated or abandoned? Like, so this is super helpful when you're spiraling to spiral out from the center. I really like this one too. This is the intensity chart, the feeling intensity chart. So am I happy? Am I sad? Is it a strong intensity, mild, or weak? If you're sad and it's a weak intensity, you know, maybe you're feeling deflated or lost or sorry. If it's a strong intensity, maybe you're feeling devastated or helpless. So that one's great. Those are good. Those are very helpful. We like those. And then we also have the coping skills chart. That one's fun. That's more like, how do I do the thing? Take a walk. Spend some quiet time. Use body and senses. Smell fragrances. Slowly taste your food. Notice the colors around you. That's the like 5 things I can see, 4 things I can hear, 3 things I can touch, 2 things I can smell, whatever. I forget the numbers around it, but yeah, I think it's all ways to like process what you're thinking before you just like stay, you know, people are like, stay mad, or don't, or figure out why you're mad and do something about it. That's also helpful. All right. How are we doing in here? Woo! Whoa! We're looking like ice cream in here, y'all. It's looking good. We got 3 minutes left on the clock. Twitch is telling me we got to take an ad break, but we're not going to do that. I'm pausing the ads we got like another 10 minutes maybe. Lemon says it's amazing how easily it can be to change the way you feel with just music or fresh air and fragrances. 100%. 100%. Maybe for me it's different. I know how to like get myself back in. It's not fragrances for me, but like fresh air would absolutely do it. Like just a walk, like being outside. And yeah, puts me in a good mood. There you go. A little something to just like think about. Take the focus off. For me, it's exercise. Sometimes if I'm frustrated, if I'm in the angry section of the wheel, right, where I'm like something's made me mad and I'm like, ugh, like, man, I'm pissed, right? The best thing for me is exercise. Like that's when I want to take like a vigorous walk. If I'm feeling sad, macro, for me, often it is gaining back control, which to me means like tidying or cooking something or organizing something or whatever. If I'm in the high intensity range of the wheel, a nap is a solution. Yeah, that takes a lot. It takes a lot to have a big emotion. And often it's just like the only thing you can focus on, which is the unraveling aspect of the conversation. Like if you need to move your focus outside of that in order to be able to see it sort of for what it is. A nap is always nice. A nap helps because if not for nothing, you're not thinking during a nap. Also, sleep is when your brain the time that your brain uses to like, file away and process things that it's been storing, which is like kind of helpful. This fellow says sex and a steak work for me. Yes. Yeah. Endorphins. Here. Instead of spiraling on this thing, how about a bunch of dopamine? Done. Oh yeah. We could call that exercise, but it's a little different than that. Woman says, today I skipped the gym to rest. I'm definitely feeling more feels because I didn't get some of it out while exercising. 100%. But like, I understand that. Sometimes you just can't exercise. Like that's not your energy. I literally this morning, I got all of my clothes on to exercise. I got my exercise outfit on. I was ready to go. I was going to like ride the bike. I had my shoes on. I turned the bike on and I was like, I don't think I want to do this right now. And I realized that the reason I didn't want to do it was because it was 10 a.m. And I was like, I am anxious that if I get on this bike right now, I'm going to be super late for starting stream. Not that I am not always late for starting stream, but I was like, I want like a little bit of an endorphin rush. I want to exercise a little bit, but I don't want to do this. This is a specific process. And once I get on here and I lock in, I'm going to lock in but I won't be able to because then I'll feel anxious about it. So I didn't. I got completely out of my exercise clothes. I put my regular clothes back on and I went for a walk instead. I walked and picked up ice. And that felt great. And I don't regret it at all. No, Lemon says napping is like turning it off and turning it back on again. Yeah, your brain. This is your brain on a nap. Chris says I watch real sad stories and cry it out for endorphins. Yeah, crying helps a lot. Because when you're done, your body's like, okay, we gotta move on. Well, says a therapist is on vacation. I haven't had therapy for almost 3 weeks. Yeah, I feel that. Mine went out on maternity leave a couple months back, and I built up a backlog. She came back, and I was like, hello, welcome back. Here we go. Okay, let's turn this off. Speaking of turning it off and turning it back on, let's turn this off for a second. We're going to check check where we're at. Ooh, this thing literally started like floating. It's the slurry down there is getting real good. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Cabs are here. Soft ice. Oh hell yeah. Okay. Okay. Hey, Pass Lou. I want you to look at what we've got going on in here now and recognize the fact that you have never in your life churned the ice cream for as long as it's supposed to churn. Fuck. That's so different. Oh my God, that's so different than what it was last time I made this. Shockingly enough, when you follow the directions, it turns out it's a little better. Okay, I'm gonna leave this on. I'm gonna keep this churning for just a few moments here. We're gonna snooze the last ad. I don't need any more ice. So, good. That's good. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna churn this for another 3 minutes. We're gonna run a 3-minute ad on Twitch. If you're on Twitch and you're not a subscriber, you're gonna get a 3-minute ad, and I'm sorry if you are on Twitch and you want to just hear what I have to say during the ad break. You can follow on YouTube because we're live there too, and there's no ads on YouTube because the channel isn't monetized. Anyway, we're gonna run a quick ad. It's gonna be 3 minutes long. When we come back, we're going to turn this off and we're going to put it in containers, and then we're going to put it in the freezer and cool it down. I'll show you what it's like before we do that though. But we have a 3-minute ad coming up. We have a 3-minute ad coming up. Feel free to go get yourself a snack, get yourself a drink of water, maybe have a good cry. Whatever you need to do in this moment to feel good. We'll be back in about 3 minutes. Here's a game of words on stream. Here comes a 3-minute ad. Again, you can follow along on YouTube. There's a link to that in chat. We'll be right back. I'm gonna put some dishes away. Hear me.
Welcome to another edition of Commercials I Hate.
Clean dishes, I should say. We're gonna put some clean dishes away. We washed dishes during the first ad break. Now let's put them away, because we're going to need them. I think I'm going to add have a good cry to the list of things I suggest from this point forward, because like, shit. It is a good suggestion. Hey, there's that cantaloupe juice I said I was going to forget about. Look at that. Hold on. Let's put this back over here. Now I wish I'd have added the rest of that cantaloupe juice to the ice cream, because it froze up real nice regardless. But it's fine. It's fine. We didn't. I should have. No. Correct your language, though. I could have. I did not. I chose to not, and choosing to not was a choice that I made, and I will own it, and it's okay. All right, but we are going to put some dishes away here. That is what we're doing. We're not focusing on the cantaloupe juice. We're going to move on from that. Can you overchurn ice cream? I assume you can. And now I'm worried that I am. No. Stop. Bad thoughts. No, reasonable thoughts. That's a reasonable thought to have. Let me rinse these out. Hey, last guesses, get them in. If you can hear me, put your guesses in. If you can't hear me, I don't know. Whatever. Whoa! The ice cream maker stopped churning all on its own. That must mean... Oh, hold on. We gotta unplug it. We gotta unplug it so it doesn't burn out. Okay, one more game. We got one more game. I think the ice cream will be just fine for the next, 2 minutes in there. It's not going to unfreeze. But I'm going to wash these few dishes here. wash these few. And we're almost finished with the ad break. Should be done in just a moment here. Oh, all right. Hey, if you're on Twitch, you should be back. Welcome. Welcome and bienvenue. Welcome. Name that show. Okay. I had to stop the ice cream maker because it stopped itself. It was, how do we say, stuck. Anyway, let's see. Where are we at here? Churn the ice cream. Spoon the ice cream into a shallow container or loaf pan. Press plastic wrap or wax paper. Let's do plastic wrap because that'll be easier. Everybody gets one. Oof, sorry if that came through. Jesus, that was a big one. At least one more guess here. I wish I could. I say this. I've made zero effort to make this happen. It would be nice if I could have YouTube also contribute to the guesswork of the words on stream. I can't, or rather, I haven't made the effort. Okay, good job, y'all. That was a big board. That was a sizable board. I have no idea what wheeze means. Yeah, well, me neither, but we's put it on the board anyway. Okay, let's get this ice cream into a container. Containers, plural. Hey, remember when I made ice cream for one of Calvin's karate instructors? Still have these, because I bought fucking 50 of them. I don't remember how many I used for that process, so we're just gonna like fill these up. And see how many we can fill. I used N twice. Words on stream is confusing. You know what I hate about words on stream? The fact that I run it because we have to run ads. Anyway, no, what I don't like about words on stream is that the letters continually rotate, and I, like, by the time my head focuses on one, it's like gone, and I'm like, oh, where'd it go? So that's frustrating. No, this is the right thing to use for that. Okay, so we're gonna, hell yeah. Look, you can't see it. Look at this shit. I'm holding the thing. Yes. 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 I feel like Frankenstein. Y'all, Frankenstein was the person who put the monster together. I hate when people were like, it's Frankenstein. I'm like, nah, Frankenstein wasn't scary. It was the monster that was scary. And then people were like, shut up, nerd. I'm like, okay. Anyway, I'm gonna scrape this off. I don't know how many quart containers I can fill here, but I've got a few. It says to scrape it into a shallow loaf pan, but we're going to scrape it into actual ice cream containers because I think that's more fun. What if he named the monster after himself, though? What if? Yeah, I mean, that's true. Listen, anyone who, like, decides to just create life probably has a little bit of an ego, so, like, you're not wrong. I feel like that's probably accurate. Seems accurate. Wait, hold on. There we go. Okay. Yeah, that's good. Okay. Enough of that. You want more, you know where to find it. Let's get this into containers. Let's scrape down the insides of this because it looks... not looks, because it's, you know, all over the sides. See? Do we? Do you? Maybe. It's like a scavenger hunt. Scrape the bottom. Scrape the bottom. Mind the bottom. The ice cream equivalent of licking the spoon. It kind of is. Yeah, this is like great. Hold on. Hold on. Pause. I'll be right back. I'll be right back. We have to... I heard not a knock, but I heard the sound. Aha. Okay, never mind. False alarm. Well, not really a false alarm. I thought I heard the sound of a package getting dropped off on the front step, and that shit gets stolen real quick around here. So when you hear a package drop, you gotta hurry. That's the rule. Especially on a birthday day where I don't know if there's any kind of packages arriving at this house today from outside of the outside world, but there might be. I have no idea. Honestly, like truly, I have no idea. Okay, so this looks amazing. We're gonna take a spoon and package up what looks to be like 2 pints worth. And I'm giving it a little tap down here because, yeah, because that way there's no air in the middle. This spoon is actually great because it's metal. A non-packaged thievery zone. Lemon, you lucked out. Is that a thing you can look up before you move somewhere? I feel like that would be valuable information. I have a front step, and I'm not giving anything away here because like Philadelphia is generally entirely like this. My front step just opens out right onto the street. There is zero space between my door and the street. I mean, there's a sidewalk in between the two, but like generally speaking, you know, you walk down the block and there's like packages on people's steps, and it's like, hey, I could just walk by and take that. And who cares if they have a Ring camera or not, right? Tap the bottom. Gotta tap that bottom. Sorry if I just made it awkward. Not actually. PSO is a public safety officer. Okay. I've had a lot of packages stolen directly off of my front step. It's having a PO box now is helpful because I get stuff shipped there. Mostly when I get things sent, mostly when I order or get mail or whatever, I just get them sent to the PO box. Because otherwise, they are getting stolen. It's just, if I'm not home, they're getting stolen. Sometimes not, but like generally speaking, that's the rule. The rule is it's getting gone if you're not there to get it. All right, well, this turned out incredibly well, I think. Just generally, like, the last time I made this, the consistency wasn't like it is now, and it's the timing. It really is. It's literally Just the timing. Well, the eyes on you, my friend. That was a good look. Thank you. Gwen, Calvin, and Luke containers. Sita, I love the way that you think. Fuck. That is the best ice cream I've made yet. Easily. It's not close. I do need to put that back in the freezer because it says to do so. Because it says you should. It says to cover it with plastic wrap. Now, that's assuming I've put it in a sheet pan. Or not a sheet pan. That's assuming I've put it in a container. I am going to cover it with plastic wrap so it doesn't get crystalline on the top. But then I'm going to put the lid on it. Thusly. And we'll pop those directly in the freezer. And then these will most certainly be ready for after dinner. They need to chill for about 4 hours, it says. So that's plenty of time. This afternoon, I'm going to do 2 more things. This ice cream has taken a good amount of... This ice cream took more time than I thought it would. I've been streaming for 2.5 hours, and I finished the ice cream that I literally made the base for yesterday. Remember earlier when I was like, how am I going to fill all this time making ice cream and macaroni and cheese? And then here we are, making the less complicated of the 2 things I'm making today. 3 things I'm making today. But that's just because I fucked around, honestly. Because I wasn't taking it seriously. Just kidding. I was, obviously. This is serious business. This ice cream is looking great. It's ready to go. I've got 3 pints of Cantaloupe ice cream ready to roll. What do the rest of the directions say for this? They say to spoon the ice cream into a shallow container or loaf pan, press the plastic wrap or wax paper to the surface of the ice cream, freeze for at least 4 hours or until solid. Let sit at room temperature for about 5 minutes before serving. Beautiful. Beautiful. So these went in the freezer at 1344. They will be ready at 5:44 p.m., which is great. Well before I anticipate eating dinner. Which is well before. So these are good. We did good. We did good timing. Sorry, that's obscene. Not obscene. I don't give a shit. Look, so good. That is so good. That is incredibly good. Like, oh man. I'm proud of myself. I am, though, genuinely. Let's clean up a little bit because we have a bunch of this. Now, thank you. I'll take it. I got this out. Why did I get this out? To scrape the thing. Did I use it? No. Put it back. Remember when I had the intrusive thought that was like, unplug the motor and see if it fits in the freezer? Guess what? Now we can. Hold on. Gwen just texted me. Oh shit. Can I show you this? Can I show you this? I can, because you're not going to be able to see the thing. Look at this picture of Elsie at Gwen's office. Gwen took the cat to work today. Look at this picture of the cat at work doing work cat things. She took one of the cats to her office today. Incredible. Okay. No. Okay, cool. Great. To take your cat to work day, apparently. Yeah, she took one cat to the office. And I was like, take all three. And she was like, no. I was like, well, maybe one a week. Okay, let's see if this fits in here. This is just for science, though. This is literally just for science because does this fit? Would this fit? You know what? If I moved one of these shelves, yes, it would. Yes, it would. Yes, it would. Adorable, I don't know if you're still watching, but I want to confirm that freezing the slurry with the bucket inside of it would be an option. Science. It's science. Is that science? No. Physics? Geometry? No. I don't know. It's fucking math. Who knows? It's Jenga. No, it's not Jenga either. It doesn't. You know what? It doesn't matter. Stop talking. Okay, let's empty this spatial reasoning. Sita coming in with the answers we need. Let's empty this slurry into the sink, and we'll deal with this on the next ad break, along with the metal insert and all the other stuff. I don't know if I can wash the metal insert in the dishwasher, but I don't think I'm going to try. Oh my god, that is really truly a slurry. Okay, let me rinse this out though. Rinse the bucket. I don't know if it's good to have the salt sitting on it for that long or not, but whatever. Okay, now we'll just let the ice melt in the sink and casually but frantically panic over whether or not it, when I hear the sound from the ice start to like settle. What am I doing? Which of these towels can I use to wipe the floor? This one. Got it. Perfect. There's some ice on the floor. There's some rock salt on the floor. There is stuff to get picked up. Okay, great. Off to the washer with you. For reference, anyone who cares to look up the exact ice cream maker that I'm using, it is the Nostalgia 4-quart electric ice cream maker. It's called the Nostalgia ice cream maker because it's a plastic bucket that is surrounded by cedar planks that don't actually do anything, and it looks nostalgic. Okay. We have two appliances on the counter now. We have a blender. We have an ice cream maker. This cantaloupe juice is really good. Ash, come here, bud. One of the cats is over here. Come on, come on. You can come through. Come here. Can you make a path through the balloons? Can you do it? This is like a maze. Here he comes. Come on. Come here, Ash. You can do it. Come on. Don't be afraid of the balloons. They're just going to pop and make loud noises if you touch them with your feet. Come on. Come on. Can you do it? Come here, bud. Come here. He really wants to. He wants to so bad. Come on. Just push them out of the way. They literally will move if you push them. You're strong enough. There you go. Come here, bud. Come here. Come on. Come on. You can do it. Come on over. Come on. You made it. Hey, you made it. He made it. He made it. He made it. You did it. You did it. You made it. You made it through the balloons. Good job. Good job. Good job. You want a belly rub? Look at this cat. Look at them. Look. Can we just like, this is a thing. He wants this. He comes and asks for belly rubs. You know why? It's because since he was 2 days old, he's been forced to have his belly rubbed. Yes. Oh, look at you. Look at you, bud. Okay, we're done. You done with the belly rubs? He's like, shit. Now I've made my way. I've made my way into the heart of the day, or the heart of the room. And now he's showing concern. He's showing concern because there's balloons all around. Aw, baby. We'll wipe the counter off. We'll wipe the counter off before we start our next portion of the meal. Because... Oh, you're purring. He's purring. Aw. Yeah, cats that love belly rub. Great tabbies. Great tabbies he's a love. Obi, what are you doing? Having one brain cell? Good job. Good job. Ash finally made it. You made it, bud. You made it through the balloons. There's a small path through the balloons because when I charged out of here to check the porch for packages, yeah. He gives a paw to be kissed. There's another one. Good job. Good job. Oh, sweetie. He's a babe. You are just absorbing a love today. Mm-hmm. Yeah. You want to say hi? Okay. Yeah, basically all of the cats, since they were quite literally on their second day of life, have been grabbed and messed with just like this every single day, multiple times. Every single day, multiple times a day. Calvin grabs them, Gren grabs them, I grab them, so they're all used to just being handled. Are we done? Are we finished? Okay. Pat's the cat. Yes, indeed. This is the good one. This is a good one. Okay, you getting down? Yay! Okay, bye. Obi, would you like to come venture? I saw him a few minutes ago. He's gone. All right, let's we've finished up the ice cream. We've had a cat on the counter. We're gonna wipe off here we're gonna wipe off, sanitize before we start putting macaroni and cheese together. All of the cats, by the way, I think I've certainly said this before, but I'll say it again, damn it. All of the cats' names relate to their colors. So Ash is gray. Ash was actually the last one to be named because we were trying to think of something creative for like the color gray, and like naming naming him Gray didn't seem right. But his name's Ash because Ash is gray. But Obi stands for the letters OB, which was what we were calling him initially, Orange Boy. Before the cats had names, we were just calling them by their colors. So gray, orange, and calico. And Elsie, we were going to name her Callie. All right, Callie was suggested, but that's what I call Calvin sometimes, often, frequently actually. That's one of my nicknames for him. Frequently I call him Callie, so we didn't want to make that confusion. So we landed on LC for Little Calico, because that's also what we called her. So Elsie, Obi, I think was the first one to be named, like the first name that stuck, and then Elsie, and then Ash. Cyber, yes, unfortunately you did. Ash was here just a few minutes ago. I flipped him on his back on the counter and made him take some belly rubs. Tucson, welcome. Is it Tangerine Punch? Close. It's cantaloupe puree. So we made some cantaloupe ice cream on stream today, and I just pureed a bunch of it, and we used some of it in the ice cream, and the rest of it is I'm drinking it. I'm drinking it. So yeah, Cyber, he will be back. Oh, he is back. Hold on. I'm not gonna force him to get belly rubs, but I am gonna pick him up because he's here. Come here. One more time. Here we go. Jesus, Ash, calm down with the eyes. Are you flirting with me? He sure is. Yes, here he is. He was just held for a few moments, so he's in explore mode now. But my favorite thing about cats is the wiggle test. You know the wiggle test? They trust you if they wiggle when you hold them up thusly. He's like, I don't trust you anymore. You just told me you would put me down, and now here you are again. Okay, we're not getting on the counter though because I just wiped it. Okay, we are gonna get back on the floor. But look at this beautiful face. There he is. Good boy. Good boy. Okay. He's like, all right, I'm done. All right, I'm really gonna leave now. There we go. Yeah, this is just straight pureed cantaloupe. Nothing additional in here. The suggestion was made to add vodka to this, and I think that would be delicious. I don't drink, so I'm not going to, but you could. You could also add a nice, like, sparkling white wine to this. That would be delicious too. Maybe a little gin. What does it not need? It does not need simple syrup. You could add a little bitters to this, and that might be good too. But this is really good. Tucson, I did hear about that. I did hear about that. Allegheny County is not quite near Philly, but it's close enough. Obi, are you around? We might have a second cat. Ash, what? He's making all sorts of noise. Yeah, Pittsburgh. Yeah, closer to the western part of the state. Okay. Let's get out our mac and cheese recipe. Shit! I knocked over my cantaloupe juice. Not really, though. I started knocking it over and I caught it, but like some of it fell, but like some of it didn't, and that's okay. That's okay. It wasn't part of a recipe. I could make more if I wanted to also, but it's just annoying because I just wiped it. Okay, hold on. Hold on. We got another cat. I'm gonna get him. I'm gonna get him. We got a second cat. We're about to have a second cat on the stream. You ready? There he is. I got him. I got him. I got an Obi. This is Orange Boy. This is Orange Boy. Orange Boy does not want to be held right now. He was exploring. He was exploring. But now that he's being held, he's softened just a little bit. Yes, Orange Boy. Yeah, we had. This is the original. This has been on the fridge. We were like trying to figure out kitten names, and everything got erased except those three. But this is Obi. Obi, you want to do the wiggle test? Yeah. What cat is best at jumping? This one. Currently, this one. He's also the largest. Elsie, he weighs the most and is the biggest currently. Ash is the middle one, even though he looks the smallest. And unless Gwen comes home before I end stream, we're not going to see Elsie today because Gwen took her to work. She is happily sitting at work without these two boys bugging the hell out of her. But this cat is, watch this. Do you want to do it? Do you want to do the thing? Look. I offer you a Jello cat. He just melts. They've just in the past 2 weeks been able to jump on the counter from the floor. Yes, haven't you? It's a new world. It's a brand new world for cats to explore. Look at your face. Oh, did you hear his attention just shot to the left there because the ice made a sound in the sink. But here's Obi. He's less invested in looking at the camera. He's more invested in like figuring out what's happening in the world. But they are getting big. I mean, they all used to be, they were bottle-fed kittens, each of them. They're triplets. Triplets, right? Mm-hmm. Yeah, okay, you're ready to get down. I sense your desire to roam. Do you want to sit? Do you want to get down on the floor? See if you can make your way out of the balloon maze? Okay, goodbye. Immediately like, look, what have you done? Okay, but we managed to like not let them touch the counter, so that's good. Let's get out our mac and cheese recipe. So this is the, according to Time Hop, I've made mac and cheese on Calvin's birthday. This is like year four in a row, but he has requested it specifically. I've been like, what do you want for dinner on your birthday? And he just keeps saying mac and cheese. I even asked him this year, I was like, do you like the crumb topping, the like breadcrumb topping on it? And he's like, yeah. Gwen does not like it. I'm ambivalent. I lean towards liking it, but like I could go without it. It really doesn't matter that much to me. I think personally, I think it dries it out a little bit, but like whatever. Unless it's a Cheeto, ooh, plot twist. That would be amazing. I do not. Okay, I'm about to embarrass myself, so just don't laugh at me, please. You know what I have in here? It's not a surprise. Does Gwen like Cheetos? Yeah. Yeah. Yes, she does like Cheetos. I like Cheetos. Calvin likes Cheetos too. I'm wondering if they would like this. Now, do I go out on the limb and make Cheeto covered crusted mac and cheese? Because here's the thing. All that's left in this bag is shards and like not crumbs. There's a substantial amount in here. There's maybe 2 ounces worth of Cheetos in here, which is like a lot of Cheetos. They're the crunchy kind. The good crunchy kind. And I bet they would be really good. Could I just not cover some of it? I could not cover some. Here's what I'm thinking. I don't need to make that decision until later. Because I gotta make the dish first, right? I gotta do the thing. But I could cover half of it. I don't think I would. I think I would just go for it. And I think my philosophy is like, if you don't like it, scrape it off. I think Calvin will like it. I think he will get I think if I used Cheetos, I like how you can like see inside the bag. Yeah. So here's like what's left in here. It's a decent amount. Right. Yeah, I think Gwen would probably be like, interesting. She would be intrigued. I know she doesn't like the breadcrumbs, but honestly, the breadcrumbs are bland. When I was like, do you want breadcrumbs on it this time around? And he was like, yeah. I was like, okay. So I think we'll do the Cheetos. What would I have to adjust here? Transfer the mixture to a broiler safe 13 by 9 inch baking dish and sprinkle evenly with the breadcrumbs. Broil until the crumbs are deep golden brown, 3 to 5 minutes. Okay, so basically I would just... I don't think I would broil it because I'm not like cooking there's no butter in the Cheetos. I think what I would probably do, yeah, I'd probably broil it for like a minute, right? Just to sort of like get the cheese to bubble up a little and set. I like that better. Yeah, the grittiness. The breadcrumbs just taste like they're never salty enough. Do you butter the question, do you butter the Cheetos? Oh God. That is the oh, what a phrase. For this recipe, am I supposed to pre-butter the Cheetos? I feel like I need a fucking USA flag shirt or something. That feels like aggressively American fare. Butter the Cheeto crumbs. I might. It says to use, for the crumbs, 6 slices of good quality white sandwich bread and 3 tablespoons of cold unsalted butter. So I think what I'll do is I will use a little bit of butter. because I am going to just pulse these in the food processor, right? Because I'm not going to crumble them by hand. That would be wild. For the pasta and cheese. Okay, so spread a stick of butter with Cheetos and deep fry the whole stick. I don't know if medical could have been right. That word, when I was like deciding which word that was supposed to be, because I was pretty sure it wasn't medical, Chris, I was thinking it could be miracle, which would work. Yeah, I was thinking miracle. I was thinking it could be magical, which would also work. But America is depressingly more accurate than either of those. We are going to time and a half this recipe too, because I like to make a 13 by 9 dish, and I like to make a smaller dish to put in the freezer. It's a medical treatment for butter deficiency. Right. It's the dish you eat on the night before you're getting the surgery to have like stents placed in your heart for high cholesterol. Because you're like, fuck it, we're doing this tomorrow. I'm over it. All right, pasta and cheese. What do we need? Elbow macaroni. Let's get our ingredients out. Got the elbow. Where's my macaroni? Shit, where did I put? Hold on. Oh, right. Okay. No, I did put it in here. Watch me panic in real time. Excuse me. Running into the ground. We get the new one tomorrow. You ever seen me with a rental car? Fun fact. There's been several camping trips where I've taken a loaner from our car dealership because our car has been like in the shop for warranty service, and they have given me a brand new car. And I'm like, the last time that happened, I was like, hey, I'm taking this car camping. Just like FYI, it's going to come back like a little bit dirty. And the guy literally, I forget the exact phrasing, but the guy said something to the effect of, as long as you bring it back, I don't care what you do with it. So, when I buy firewood while we're camping, generally speaking, and I do this in our car, I put the firewood on the passenger seat because I'm like, we stop on the way in to the campsite and the car is full of stuff, right? So I literally just like fill the passenger seat with firewood. And I did. And this car happened to have fabric seats. And when I emptied it out, when I like took the firewood out of the campsite, it was just like wet and gross and like a little like slightly torn and just covered in splinters. And like I took it back to I took it back that way, and I was like, sorry, here's your car back. It's literally brand new. But it's okay. The guy said it was fine. I did also, I've had a rental car before, the several times while camping, actually. Username, welcome in. Welcome. Zildowski, welcome in. Good to have you. One of the times that I was camping, I was thankful to have a rental car because the ground clearance on my car is not that great. And the time that I was camping, we were at a cabin, it was January, and the cabin caught on fire and we were in the middle of the woods and it was 3 o'clock in the morning. And I had to like drive to a place to get cell phone reception to like call 911. I had a rental car on that trip and I was glad that I did, because I was like, I don't know, 5 or 6 kilometers off a back road and in like this off-grid cabin, and like my car, and it was snowing and icy, like literally it was like, I'm describing this as if it's this crazy story, but it was kind of crazy. And I was really thankful to have the rental car in that moment. And I told that story to the guy at the dealership. I was like, yeah, if I hadn't have had this car with like this much higher clearance than mine, like this would have ended really badly. And he was like, holy shit, man, like that's crazy. And I've talked to this guy a couple times since, and every time he's like, every time you're in here to get like a loaner car for service, like I think about that story. And I'm like, man, every time I'm in here to get a loaner car for service, I think about how much fucking money you guys charge for the service. So anyway, whatever. Yeah, they do have to wash them either way. Yeah, he was like, I don't care. It's not my car, dude. Like, it's literally a loaner. Like, whatever. Like, yeah, we're going to vacuum it no matter what. Sophia said, a friend of mine details cars for a dealership. You should see some of the stuff she has to clean. Yeah, see, and that's where my head's at. I'm like, I'm going to treat this car the way I would treat my car, because you have my car and you gave me one to use. I'm going to use it. Like, literally, I'm going to use it the same way I would use my car. The craziest thing I think that's happened to my car was when it caught on fire while I was driving it, when one of the hoses for the coolant system split open and coolant started spilling all over my engine, and that pulled on the skid plate underneath of the car, and then it caught fire. That was an intense experience. My dad was with me. We were driving separate cars in that situation, and he was like, knew what to do, which was go to AutoZone and get a new part and like put it in. Anyway, that was a fun experience. Elbow macaroni. I swear. See, this is why I don't worry about making one thing on stream taking forever. 7.5 tablespoons of unsalted butter. That 7.5 feels like 8, doesn't it? That feels like 8. Wait, no. Do I need that for the breadcrumbs? No, the butter's for the mac and cheese. Right. Of course it is. Obviously. It says unsalted butter, but like, fuck that. All-purpose flour. Okay. Shit. I need to get over to that cabinet. Okay. Do I need anything else from that cabinet? Yes. Dry mustard. Dry mustard. Period. Cayenne pepper, I think, is in this cabinet. I know it's in this cabinet because I put it there recently. There it is. Yeah, the car catching on fire was a bit of an intense experience. I had a big thing of water, and I like literally just popped the hood and dumped water on my engine, and it is a miracle that didn't just destroy every piece of the engine. Okay, so we need to get flour and dry mustard from over here. Please enjoy my journey through the balloons to the cabinet. To the cabinet. Hold on. Here come the balloons. You can see them moving. I'm about 1.5 meters away from here. Here we go. Journey to the cabinet. Flour. Dry mustard is in this drawer. This drawer. Okay, we're back. And now I have to move these balloons out of the way. Hold on. Yeah, see, I walked through them, but now they're just all over the place. Hold on. Come on. Get back over there. They're all where my feet go. Okay, we did it. Sophia says I have a giant batch of chicken curry simmering away. Hell yeah. Oh yeah. That sounds good. Both the curry and my interpretation of that sound. Actually, no, I don't know what that sounded like. It probably sounded terrible. Do I need the trash can open? Yeah, I'm gonna throw some stuff out. For the pasta and cheese, a Justin oven rack to the lower middle position and heat the broiler. We're not doing that yet because we have a lot more to do before that. Bring 4 quarts of water to a rolling boil in a Dutch oven over high heat. Add the macaroni and 1 tablespoon of salt and stir to separate the noodles. Cook until the pasta is tender, drain in a colander and set aside. Okay, so we're going to kind of ignore some of the directions of that, the part where they're like a specific amount of water and the amount of salt and blah, blah, blah. Now, we're just going to add water to a pot, boil it for pasta. There are some things we don't need directions for. We can just do. But I do want to use my big burner, which is this side, for that. Oh, I also wanted to make some cookies today, didn't I? I did say I wanted to make some cookies. So we're going to wait for the water to boil. I'm going to get some cookies out. I love it. Oh, Ash is over here. There's like, I don't know if you caught just a second ago, there was like a balloon flitting around. That was me kicking that one, but he's over there now. He's like exploring the balloon pile now. He's trying to walk on top of them. Oh, buddy. That's not going to end well. It's going to end hilariously, and it will in fact end. Okay, so let's boil some water. I'm going to heat the oven up. I am going to heat the oven up. But not for cooking the mac and cheese yet. I'm going to heat the oven up for cookie. What temperature do cookies bake at? 350, right? Yeah. Okay, let's just do that. Pop. Yep. Yeah, basically. I did cut their claws a couple of days ago. I cut their claws... When did I cut their claws? I cut their claws a week ago. So they might have a little point. They might have 1 or 2 that are pointy. Much like fingernails, cat claws grow at different rates. So sometimes when I go to cut them, they need to be cut, and sometimes they don't need to be cut. Anyway, we'll see. He's exploring though. He's over there having a little walk around, trying to navigate the balloon scenario. By the end of today, I think the cats will be confidently running through the kitchen playing with the balloons. I'm just like, I'm calling it. You should paint their claws like I paint my nails. It would probably be a lot sloppier. Have you seen the little cat claw, the things that you can put on cats' claws to make them like capped? They're super funny. Oh, cookies. What was I doing? Right. I want to get out. I have a big bag of, I have 2 bags of cookies in here, actually. So let's see. What are these? These look chocolate chippy to me. That's a technical term. That is a technical term. What is this? Okay, so I have a few different kinds in here, but I don't know what the hell they are. I'm going to make those chocolate chip cookies in there because that's kind of what I feel like. And I know what they are. And there's like enough of them. 3, 6, 9. There's 11 cookies. Let's see. I feel like there's a few chocolate chips in this bag too. Sophie says, I heard those things are uncomfortable for them. Yeah, they are like stick-on nails. And I bet they are, because I can't imagine a world where they enjoy like having their claws extended like that. It doesn't seem like a thing, just knowing cats, you know? It does not seem like a thing they'd be happy with. I very much agree with that. Okay, so all of the... Yeah, I got a bunch of cookies in here. The dark brown ones go with this topping. I know that. But we're going to use the rest of this bag. We're using the rest of his bag. The count. I love it. One cookie. We also have an ice cream cake. By the way, we don't just have homemade cantaloupe ice cream. We have a full-on ice cream cake because this is like this is like birthday traditions in this house. Gwen loves the ice cream cake. Calvin said that he didn't need one this year, but like here's what would happen. I don't get one, and then Gwen would mention it, and she'd be like, "Oh, we don't have ice cream cake," and then he would be like, "Oh yeah, we don't have ice cream cake," and then I would feel bad, even though I was told by him that he doesn't want it or need it. So I bought one anyway, because who the fuck doesn't like ice cream cake? Okay, right. Let's put some cookies on a tray. This is probably 2 trays worth of cookies. It's 13 cookies. No, this is one big tray. This is one big tray. Lemon, and I would probably, I thought about making an ice cream cake this year. I did. I did consider it, but I also considered that the past versions of ice cream that I've made have not been up to the level that I think would be good enough to make a cake out of. Like, honestly, I don't. Was that the sad trombone from my failure? My perceived projected failure? If so, accurate. I'm gonna just toot my own horn a little bit. Not that one. The other horn. The ice cream from today was of the consistency that I think would make a good cake. So I think my confidence in making ice cream is just starting to grow a little bit, which is good. I'm happy about that because because it's like anything. I just haven't made it. I'm getting experience. I'm getting more experience making this thing. So I do think that maybe next year I might try for that. Now, it is important that it have crunchies in it. Crunchies is a technical term. But I feel like by next year, I will have made ice cream probably a few more times. I would say at minimum, probably at least twice more. I'm just being like, I'm sort of projecting how often I've made ice cream recently, once every 3-4 months or so. So I feel like I could. It would be fun. Now, any of y'all ever made ice cream cake from like existing ice cream? Like you buy like a big container of ice cream and then you make a cake with like you make a cake with like filling. You just buy like a big tub of vanilla and then you fill it with like the crunch stuff, or like, I don't even know, jelly. What the fuck do you fill an ice cream cake with? Caramel pretzels, chocolate pretzels, whatever. I don't know. That's always an interesting process. I've seen people do that before. More ice cream? Yeah, obviously. We made ice cream bars recently with no churn ice cream. No churning. An ice cream bar is not that far off from cake. I'm making the cookies because I had the idea that maybe I could use some of the ice cream and make like an ice cream sandwich out of them. But if I'm being realistic, I'm probably not going to do that. I'm probably just going to eat the cookies as they are. Foggeist, what constitutes an adult ice cream bar? Just that there's no children allowed? Booze pops? Okay. The adult ice cream bar is when you elbow your way, when you elbow through the sea of kids to get to Mr. Softy first. Excuse me, excuse me. And the guy's like, sir, this is a Mr. Softy truck. What are you doing? I heard it first, you little shit. Get out of the way. You're right. Yeah, I'm the one paying here. God, the entitlement is just thick. I'm letting the oven preheat. We'll put these in once the oven's preheated. But let's read the directions for this. Let's read the directions for this mac and cheese first. The balloons are starting to move on the other side of the room. The cats, Ash is the most adventurous. We will get to the poll. How about this? Hold on. We're going to take a quick break because Twitch is asking us to take a break. Let's hold off on the poll until we return from that. That way it is more effective. Cool. Can we do that? Is that okay? Ooh, Fall Guys, I see you saying nerds and I understand where you're coming from, but I was thinking nerds as filling for an ice cream cake. How about that? How about that? All right, let's take a quick break. We are going to take a quick break because Twitch is asking for it and I can't really skip any more ads because I did that earlier. So we're going to play a game of words on stream. Here it comes. 3, 2, 1. If you're on Twitch, you're going to get an ad. If you don't want ads, hop over to YouTube. You can subscribe there. We'll be right back. We're going to run a 3-minute ad. I'm going to do the dishes that are in the sink. We're waiting for water to boil. And we'll be right back. Starting now. Okay, BRB.
Hi. Welcome to another edition of Commercials I Hate.
I don't know where that sound came from, the commercials I hate sound, but I think it's funny because it's so indicative of like exactly how I feel about ads. Ads on Twitch, specifically. Well, ads in general, I suppose. But ads on Twitch run during stream, more specifically, is what I'm referring to. Right. I started the Game of Words on stream before starting the ad break, so I think the timing might line up better if we do 2 games for the ad. Now, that said, y'all are probably going to like finish this board right away, and then it's going to mess everything up. So maybe don't. Or do. I don't know. It doesn't actually matter. I'm just kidding. DDDD. Now it doesn't help if I don't start the next game. Now that one was tough. That one, I kept wanting to see the word coconut, but I don't think coconut was actually in that lineup of words because there was only one C. So yeah, that one was a bit devious. Boop, 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 boop. Wow, I've almost washed the dishes in the sink. Keeping up with things today. Oh shit, no I didn't, because there's a big bucket here filled with slurry. Oh well, close enough. Close enough. Hey, if you're on Twitch, you're back. Thank you for your patience. I appreciate it. No one likes the ads, I promise you. Actually, I kind of do, but only because they're helpful financially, but like I just feel interruptive and I would do without them if I could, but I can't, so we run them on a schedule. Because that makes it better and more palatable sometimes. We have a couple more words. One of them starts with a C. One of them starts with a C. Certainly some of them start with... sumo, good one. Man. Oh, I don't love how chat covers that side of the board, but it only happens every once in a while. It only happens to the big words, and you know, it's okay. Last guess, get them in 3, 2, 1. We're done. Good job, y'all. Today I feel like has been a difficult words on stream day. Am I wrong in saying that? Hey, we have a poll up in chat. You can answer it. That would be great. What's the best form of ice cream? Ooh. You know, I'm not gonna weigh in on. I'm not gonna like tip my hand on this, but I have an opinion. I know, it's a surprise. What is the best form of ice cream? Options: ice cream sandwich, sandwich, an ice cream cake. And we can assume with cake that it's like any ice cream cake that you like, right? It doesn't have to be like Carvel specifically. It could be like your favorite ice cream cake. Soft serve ice cream. Are we lumping? No, I was going to say, are we lumping like frozen yogurt in with soft serve ice cream? Or are those two different? And then hard ice cream, which is like the ice cream in a cone with the ball on top. You know, if you were to ask a 3-year-old to draw a picture of an ice cream cone, that's hard ice cream is what they would draw. Sometimes, or maybe they would, I don't know, maybe. Cyborg says, no, yogurt is its own thing. Okay, I'm with you on that one. I'm with you on that one, because when I want frozen yogurt, it's much more specific a craving than soft ice cream. So we have a poll. Ice cream sandwiches, soft serve ice cream, hard ice cream, or ice cream cake. Where do Dippin' Dots fit in? Y'all ever had Dippin' Dots? I had Dippin' Dots for like the second time in my whole life on Saturday. And like, I have questions. Like, what the fuck? They're weird. Dippin' Dots are super strange. I'm glad that we did not include Dippin' Dots in this poll. But it's not a thing about... They're too frozen-y. Yeah, I felt like if you had cavities, it's like the Dippin' Dots would find them, and they would be like, to the root. Okay, so we're cooking pasta, and we're gonna cook cookies in just a moment. The cookies are on the counter. They're still frozen solid, but the oven is at temperature. So here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna read the recipe. We're gonna finish reading the recipe so we know there's no surprises. We're going to put the cookies in, drop the pasta, and then we'll start making the thing. For the pasta and cheese. Adjust an oven rack. Okay, we're not gonna do that yet. Add the macaroni and 1 tablespoon of salt and stir to separate the noodles. We do need to salt the water. That's what I wanted to do. Okay, so salt. Salt! This is where my giant box of iodized salt comes in handy. The one I accidentally ordered when I thought it was kosher salt. And because I ordered it from Costco, I got 2 of them. It's a chip and dip. We got 2. Salted the pasta water. Great. Name that shell.
It's an accident.
Cook until the pasta is tender. Drain in a colander and set aside. Also, I want 1.5 pounds of pasta. So let's measure out 8 ounces. 8 ounces of pasta. Does it give the weight in grams? Hell yeah, it does. Hell yeah, it does. 453 grams in this box. That's 226.5 grams. That's half of this box. 226.5. These are elbow macaroni. I personally prefer a different type of noodle. I love cavatappi in here. 226. Perfect. That is exactly half the box. And the other half we will eat later. Get out of the way. The balloons are everywhere. Okay, so that's half the macaroni. In the now empty Dutch oven, heat the butter over medium-high heat until foaming. Add the flour, mustard, and cayenne if using, and whisk well to combine. Continue whisking until the mixture becomes fragrant and deepens in color about 1 minute. Whisking constantly, gradually add the milk. Bring the mixture to a boil, whisking constantly. The mixture must reach a full boil to fully thicken. That sounds intimidating. Then reduce the heat to medium and simmer, whisking occasionally until thickened to the consistency of heavy cream. About 5 minutes. Off the heat, whisk in the cheeses and 1 teaspoon of salt until the cheeses are fully melted. Add the pasta and cook over medium-low heat, stirring constantly until the mixture is steaming and heated through. About 6 minutes. Okay. So, we are basically making all of the mac and cheese up to the point where it is edible in the pot. Then you transfer the mixture to a broiler safe 13 by 9 inch baking dish and sprinkle evenly with the breadcrumbs. We're not using breadcrumbs. We're using Cheetos today. Broil until the crumbs are deep golden brown, 3 to 5 minutes. Okay, so a couple things that we need to do. We need to prep all of our ingredients so that I don't have to worry about adding them in. We still have a poll that is active, an active poll in chat. What is the best form of ice cream? Hard ice cream, soft ice cream sandwiches, or ice cream cake? Please weigh in. I have a deep personal preference. There's a lot riding on this one for me. I'm not gonna lie. I have a pretty significant personal preference as to my favorite type of ice cream, and I don't want to share that until the poll has completed, because I don't want everyone to vote against me. Okay, so let's get our ingredients together. Let's get the appliances we need out. I need to get out the food processor to to crush up the Cheetos. We need the cheese. All right, so let me get the food processor out. We'll do that first. Okay. No. First, we're gonna put these cookies in the oven. Let's do that now, because the oven is up to temperature, and the cookies have been out of the freezer for just a little bit. Timeout. Timer. It's timer time. Timer time. Let's put 15 minutes on the timer. Since they're frozen, they usually take a little extra time. So we're going to give them a little extra time. Phoenix, welcome in. Howdy. Good afternoon. All right. Let's get out the food processor. We need to make the balloon journey again. Need to make the balloon journey. I'm like looking to see that the balloons haven't floated onto the stove. Okay. Food processor is here. Okay. Instead of going through that way, I'm going to go out this way. I'm expecting to like stir up a cat in all of this nonsense. Okay, food processor is here. How much? 6 slices of good quality sandwich bread torn into rough pieces. It doesn't give me a measurement for that, so I don't know how much white bread or how much the equivalent of the Cheetos is. But I think we're just going to put the rest of the bag in here because it's not all that much left in that bag. Okay. Cookies are in the oven. Water on the stove is boiling, so let's let the water boil for a second because several things at once is not the best for me. Poll completed. Poll completed. What's the best form of ice cream? Y'all, we arrived at the correct answer together. Thank you. Thank you for your support. Hard ice cream, in my opinion, is the best kind of ice cream. Because if I'm being honest here, hard ice cream can become soft ice cream if you just stir it. Just stir it in the bowl. Just give it a stir till it's soft. Jewel, welcome. It is about time for ice cream. We made ice cream on stream. It's in the freezer. I can show it to you. Cyborg says, I do like it hard. The ice cream. Yes. So many flavors. Yeah. The thing with soft ice cream is you can't put like whole pretzels in it. Or like chunks of stuff. And to me, that's a differentiator. But I do love soft ice cream. And I love ice cream sandwiches and ice cream cake too. Just, I love ice cream, just period, full stop. All of it. But it's like, you know, I love all of the animals in the house. But there's favorites, you know? Is not actually. I kind of like all the cats just about the same, if I'm being real. I like Daisy the best, so I guess there's that. All right, let's make these Cheetos. This is just the silliest thing. You could make a sundae. Yeah, that's fair. That's reasonable. Yeah, that's about 6 pieces of bread worth of Cheetos. Sure, why not? We said we were going to put some butter in here, didn't we? We did. 6 tablespoons of cold, unsalted butter. Wait, no. 3 tablespoons of cold, unsalted butter. It's cut into 6 pieces. There's a difference. That's an entire recipe's worth of difference here. Okay. Phoenix says, I would take good gelato over ice cream any day, but if it's gonna be ice cream, hard is the best. You know, that's reasonable. I do love gelato. It is... would I say I prefer gelato to ice cream? You know, I actually don't know. I really do love gelato. It's less accessible here in Philadelphia, East Coast, United States, where I am. It's certainly more accessible in Europe. There's a few gelato places here, though, in Philly, that are specifically gelato places. So I guess I think gelato is a different craving. It's a specific kind of craving. which I feel is slightly different than ice cream. I feel more like there's like the gelato craving, there's the frozen yogurt craving, there's the soft ice cream craving, and then there's like the hard ice cream craving. And I think I would say in all of those circumstances, if you gave me hard ice cream, I would still be happy. So that's kind of where my head goes when I'm like, which one of these is my favorite? I do love good gelato though. Had really good gelato in France recently. That was like the last good gelato I have. Frozen dairy desserts, both frozen dairy desserts, but fill different purposes. Yeah, they fill a different piece of my emotional landscape when I need ice cream. Like, do I want to work at it? Do I want to lick something? Do I want to like hold something in my hand? Like, I don't know. How do I want to like consume the thing? Also important. What's the method? Like soft ice cream, when it's like 35 degrees outside, I don't want soft ice cream. I want hard ice cream. It's going to last a little longer because it's actually frozen. Soft ice cream is just like, and it's just not as good. Not as good experience. Not as good of an experience. Okay, let's blend these. Pulse. Nope. Let's plug this in first. Try again. Make sure it's not on. Okay. This is Cheetos and butter, just so we're clear. It says, pulse the bread and butter in a food processor until the crumbs are no larger than 1/8 of an inch, 10 to 15 1-second pulses. Well, these are not 1-second pulses, so maybe we got to do a few more of them. Excuse me. This is the craziest color. All right. That looks good. Let's get this in a bowl. And I'm going to put this in the fridge because I'm not using it just yet, but I don't want the butter to melt. I want the butter to like solidify a little bit more. Together at last, right? The match that everyone was just talking about. The match of the season. Oh my God, did you guys see that Cheetos and butter got together? We knew it was going to happen. Oh, they're so cute together. Okay. Oh, is that a giant chunk of butter? No, it's not. Okay. Butter's like, how dare you call me a giant chunk? Well, I'm going to put these in the fridge because butter. And now we have our third appliance on the counter. We have on the counter a blender, a bullet blender. We have an ice cream maker, and now we have a food processor. Wonderful. Okay. Get away. Stop it. Fucking balloons. They're everywhere. Okay. Now we can put the... Did I put a timer on the cookies? I did. 5 minutes left. Beautiful. Now we can put the pasta in the pot because I can focus on 2 things at once, but not 3. Let's cook the pasta. Cook until the pasta is tender. Okay. We're not cooking this pasta in the sauce at all, so we want this to cook. Cooking time, 5 minutes. What? That's wild. Pasta's usually like 10 to 12 minutes. All right. Well, these are elbow macaronis. So I suppose there are differences. Okay, let's give this water a stir, and into the water it goes. Pasta 1, pasta 2. We're time and a halfing this recipe. Okay, I'm going to get the colander out now because otherwise I will panic at the end. I'm going to set a timer now. How long? 5 minutes. There we go. Okay. I remembered to do it, y'all. I did it. I said I was going to do it and I did it. Good. Do I need to save any of the pasta water for this? No, I do not. No, I do not. Okay. Let's keep this from sticking to the bottom. Stir. Stir. Ooh. Phoenix says, I haven't been in stream long enough to know what's being done with the Cheetos, but I am intrigued. We're making, fuck. Man, see, my brain didn't work fast enough to come up with the most ridiculous possible response to that. Although, I suppose the honest truth is that we're putting them on top of a tray of macaroni and cheese. That is the truth, and that is kind of ridiculous. So, like, maybe we'll just go with that. Cool. That's the answer. Cook until the pasta is tender. In the now empty Dutch oven, heat the butter over medium-high heat until firming. Add the flour, mustard, and cayenne. Okay, so let's get the flour, mustard, and cayenne all measured up together. I need 9 tablespoons of flour. I'm going to measure that. Homemade Cheetos mac and cheese. Totally. It is. Oh, guys, thank you for the bit. Thank you for the bit. I feel like a fountain. Just throwing pennies in. I'll take them. I don't give a shit. I'm not proud. I need to turn the air on in my house because it is disgustingly hot in here. It is 27 degrees in my house right now. That's why I'm starting to sweat. Great. Cool. Cooler. That's the goal. Yeah, I'm like, why am I sweating? Like, why do I feel awful right now? I'm like, am I feverish? No, it's hot. It's literally hot in here. But what happens is if the thermostat thinks that no one's home, it turns itself off to save energy. But like, I'm just not walking by the thermostat. That's all. Add the flour, mustard, and cayenne. So I need 9 tablespoons of flour. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to measure off one level tablespoon of flour. How much does that weigh? 10 grams. 10 grams. That means that 9 tablespoons should weigh 90 grams. Beautiful. That's 92. That's too much. Too much! 90. Perfect. Exactly, Phoenix. Exactly. Cheetos instead of breadcrumbs. A thing that I think my family will get behind. We'll see. Throwing that bit at you like a shrimp, and you catch it as it goes by. Oh man, I'm glad Hard Ice Cream won our poll earlier. I'm still happy about that. So good idea. Let's hydrate. We have been hydrating. I drank some water. I drank some cantaloupe juice. Ah, what's that timer for? The cookies. The cookies. Let's check the cookies. How are we doing, cookies? Hey, some of them look like cookies. Some of them look like big lumps. Let's flatten them. Yeah, we're going to flatten these chocolate Johns. And we're going to let those cook just a little longer because they look quite uncooked. The other ones are not chocolate chip cookies. I don't know what the other ones are, but I thought they were chocolate chip. They're not. We're going to set another timer for 3 minutes. and check them again. Okay, timer is going off for my pasta now. Let's check that. Is this finished and ready to go? My house sits in direct sunlight, fellas. Yeah. Fortunately, I'm in a row home. Okay, pasta needs 1 more minute. Because there's more of it in the pot. I'm in a row home, so I have less like sun exposure. But the back of I do have a southern facing face of my house, which means that all the windows on that side get full sun exposure in the afternoon, which is kind of annoying. Pork rinds make great breadcrumbs. That's a great suggestion, and pork rinds are delicious. That's a great idea. And baked cauliflower with pork rinds sounds great. And they're kind of greasy too. John. The mini pool. Perfect. How many Eastern Philly kids are actually named John? You know what, Fall Guys, there's a really annoying like personal injury lawyer in Philly named John Morgan, John, and he has all these ads that are like John Morgan, and it's like, it's not funny. It's like just weird. I'm like, you're really trying too hard. And he just got some free advertising from me by just mentioning it. I would be surprised, fellas. I always think of like, when I think of cauliflower as a substitute, my immediate first thought is like cauliflower pizza crust, right? And how that, when done well, is pretty good. And when done poorly, is awful and floppy and kind of gross. Okay. Those are good. No more. No more. I'm going to dump those out. And dump that out. And dump that into the sink. Okay. I'm going to use the same pot for the other stuff. But let's wait a few moments for that. We're going to get the rest of our ingredients together before we can move on to the next thing. Wait, what's that timer for? Cookies, right. Hold on. 3 minutes. We're gonna pan bang so that these get flat. Okay, 1 more minute for those cookies. Literally 1 more minute. I'm gonna measure some ingredients now. Flour, 2 1/4 teaspoons of dry mustard. Here we go. Cauliflower vodka. Could we do that? That sounds fascinating. You can make vodka out of all sorts of stuff, huh? 2 1/4 teaspoons. 1/2 teaspoon of cayenne pepper, which is not that much in the grand scheme of things. Love a good banging. I mean, who doesn't really? Head banging, pan banging, banging bang. You know what I'm saying? 7 1/2 cups of milk. Okay, these should be good to get out. Okay. Did I finish with my flour? I did finish with my flour. Hold on. Lou, what are you doing? Get the cookies out of the oven. Stop messing with the flour. Okay. Okay, brain. I'm sorry. We'll do it. Okay, we're getting there. Turn the oven off. If you don't turn the oven off, you'll forget, and then it'll be later, and you'll be like, why is it hot in here? Okay. Cookies look great. Pan has been banged. Let's leave those over here until they're cooled and ready to go. 7.5 tablespoons of butter. We're going to use 8 because we're overachievers here. 5 cups of milk. 7.5 cups of milk. 7.5 cups of milk. That's a lot of fucking milk. Do I have enough? Oh, hold on. I don't think I have that much milk. Ruh-roh. I think I used some of that milk for a recipe last night, for the ice cream recipe. So, we may be forced to use heavy cream. Oh no. We may be forced to use half and half. Probably okay. Probably okay. Wait, no. I think I have 7 cups. 7.5 cups of milk. It says C note. What's the note? I don't care. It actually doesn't matter because this is all the milk I have. Super. I have 6 cups of milk. Beautiful. One of those timers should have been the extra minute on the noodles. Yes, correct. The noodles are out. The cookies are out. I have nothing on, no farther timers going. So that's good. Okay. I am literally, this is going to be some thick mac and cheese. That is whipping cream. And this is, this says it expired August 3rd. We're gonna nope out of that one. For the sake of comedy, we're gonna use some lactose-free half and half. Okay, that's fine. We're just gonna use, since we're gonna use some extra butter, I think, there we go. That's about good. That is, we're making a lot. We're making a lot, and it's okay. This looks like an insane amount of milk. Slash half and half, slash heavy cream, slash good fucking God, what are we doing to our arteries today? I know what we're doing. We're providing them with joy. That's the milk. Cheese. I need to grate the cheese. Is this becoming cheese ganache? It could be. It's certainly becoming thick. But it's mostly milk. And let's be super clear, it's 2% milk, not whole milk. So it's already like the not as good milk. So we're making up for the 2% with heavy cream. That's how I'm looking at it. Like genuinely, that is sort of how I'm thinking. That's how I'm considering it. Okay, now we do need the cheese. We have 2 types of cheese today. We have Monterey Jack. And seriously sharp cheddar. Wait, no. Wrong cheddar. This is for a recipe. I have extra sharp cheddar for this. I'm using 2 different types of cheese. We're doubling, or we're time and a halfing this recipe, so I need 12 ounces each. So I need 1. Shit, I should not have put away my food processor. I didn't. It's right there. Oh, could I use the shredder grate? No, we're gonna do this by hand. Sorry. Thanks for talking through that with me. Hold on. I have... Okay, no, I want the seriously sharp cheddar for this, and the extra sharp for a recipe. We'll get to the extra sharp cheese on Thursday. let's cut these in half though. Let's wash my hands first. Let's not run the water through the cooked pasta. I'm gonna give the pasta a little stir here in the colander. Beautiful. Beautiful. Well, shit, what did I say? Father, I missed what I said. I do wash my hands before I cut the cheese. You know, listen, I mean, don't you wash your hands first when you go into the bathroom? I do. I mean, my hands have been out in the world. Okay, we're gonna grate the cheese. Let's just grate the cheese into a big bowl. Do I need to weigh anything anymore? I don't think so. We'll grate the cheese onto a cutting board so that we can then what did I use this for? Butter. Did I miss which cheese we're using? Yes, we're using Monterey Jack and Vermont Seriously Sharp Cheddar. And we're using 12 ounces of each. And I'll actually probably end up using slightly more of one. Which one should we add? Which one should we double? Which one should we add more of? Which one melts better? Seriously Sharp Cheddar or Monterey Jack? I don't actually know. If I had an opinion, I would share it. Or if I had knowledge of that. Okay, we're gonna grate the cheese. It says shred it. 2 cups. 2, 4, I need 6 cups of cheese total. I feel like Monterey Jack melts better. It's softer. It's physically softer. Yeah, at a lower temperature. I mean, I'm melting it in a pan. Like, I'm melting it in hot milk. So it's not like crisping over the top. We're making sort of like a bechamel, which I think is the technical term. A bechamel. Cheddar is super. I honestly like. I don't know which one is. I think they're pretty equal. Higher fat and moisture. Okay. There's a take. God, I love cheese. So good. Oh, this is seriously sharp. It's tangy. A bechamel with cheese is called a Mornay. We'd call this a Monter Mornay. I'm just dropping. I don't know. I can't. I just can't. I'm sorry. Wisconsin cheese, says Monterey Jack, with its high moisture and fat content, creates a smooth, creamy, and stretchy melt. Stretchies. Okay, that's a good adjective. I like the word stretchy in there because this is a macaroni and cheese. So like stretchy would be good. So maybe we will do a little extra Monterey. I'm also gonna like finish this and we're gonna heat it up again later. Like we're gonna reheat this. So that's why the reason why I want to add extra cheese to it is that I am anticipating that it will dry out just a little bit between making and reheating. So much cheese. I mean, it's in the name. I suppose that's appropriate. I could definitely do this faster with the food processor, but it would not be as satisfying. I don't think. Maybe it would be. Maybe I'd be like, look, that was so much quicker. Why haven't I done this before? Kind of like the balloon thing. But I feel real good about not having blown all of those balloons up by my mouth. Phoenix says, when I reheat mac and cheese, I throw a little extra milk to rehydrate it. Good call. Yeah, we're going to make a big tray of this, and then we're going to make like a 13 by 9 tray, and then we're going to make an 8 by 8 tray. One of those is just going to go like directly into the freezer. Not directly. I'm going to let it cool down first. Did I turn the oven off? I did. Okay, good. When you're making mac and cheese, do you become the Mac Daddy? Yes. It's in the script. All right. Daddy Mac will make you jump. Crisscross. Anybody? All right. Big old bowl of cheese. Love to see it. I was staying quiet and old. There's more. I know more of the song. I'd prefer not. But there is a time. And that time was 30 years ago. Can you do the dance? No, I cannot. I can wear my overalls backwards though. Any given moment. Have I worn overalls on stream before? Yes, I have. In fact, I know I have. I have overalls. I do like wearing them. They're usually what I wear camping. I didn't wear them camping when we went camping earlier this summer because it was too hot. It's too hot for overalls. Couldn't do it. But I do wear them camping most of the time when it's not July. Sometimes I wear my underwear backward, Fog Guy says, but only when I get dressed in the dark. Valid. Pro tip. You don't need to worry about that if you don't wear any. Okay. We're going to do the other piece of Monterey Jack here. That way it's just cheesier. Because, like, nobody's going to object to that. So we're going to add just a few extra ounces of cheese to the mix. Ash is over here like, whoa, I smell something good. He's flopped down at my feet. He's writhing around in sensory pleasure on the ground. That sense being the smell of cheese, obviously. I mean, maybe not obviously. I don't know. Maybe he's just like, maybe something else is going on. Who knows? I don't know. Or the milk. True. Or the butter. Who knows what goes on in the internal world of cats? They won't tell us their secrets. They won't tell us their secrets. Sad. Oh well. Okay. This last piece. Just gonna get eaten. All right. All of our ingredients are prepped and ready to go. Wash my hands again. And dry my hands. I'm going to put this other cheese away. kind of hard to take over the world if you share your plan. Phoenix, true. Have they not taken over the world? I feel like cats kind of have a good thing going. Kind of. They just kind of wander in. You're just assigned a cat. The cat allocation system picks you, and then you're like, oh, and I have a cat now? Okay. I think that's sort of how it works sometimes. Okay, do I have all my ingredients together? Yes, I do. We're ready to go. We're ready to go. Do we have time? We do have time. Great. We're gonna come over to the stove. Let's make sure. Heat the butter, add the flour, mustard, and cayenne. Whisk to combine. Continue whisking. Whisking constantly. Gradually add the milk. Okay. We may... I'm going to do this now. I'm going to bump this next ad for as long as I can. 23 minutes. Think that's long enough? Can't bump it anymore. Okay, 22 minutes. I got 22 minutes to get this sauce together. I think that's adequate. Can I boil 8 cups of milk in 20-something minutes? Probably. All right, let's come on over to the stove. Dan, welcome in. Good to see you. We're gonna come over to the stove. Whoa, are we still zoomed in on this camera? I feel like that's zoomed. It is quite a bit, in fact. Okay. All right, that pan was my pasta pan. We're gonna come over here. We're gonna heat the butter until foaming. Medium high, it says. Medium high, okay. Go on. Medium high. Let's see. Medium is 3.5. So medium high is 5 out of 7. I need my whisk. I need the phone over here. Let me get the chat over by the stove here so I can like see. Okay, we've got this on the big burner too. So this should be going okay. For reference, there's a cat down here experiencing balloons. If you see a balloon casually sliding into view, it's because Ash is down here playing with it. I can't zoom out any farther, or else I would. Okay. Yeah, he's interested. In case I've never mentioned it before, that blue line going across the floor is how you can see what you're seeing right now. It's there permanently, and my family hates it. All right. Melted until foaming. 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 Add the flour, mustard, and cayenne, infusing and whisk well to combine. Continue whisking until the mixture becomes fragrant and deepens the color about 1 minute. Whisking constantly, gradually add the milk. Bring the mixture to a boil. Whisking constantly. Great. Just like keep whisking. Basically, like don't stop. Yes. Then we're adding Cheetos. That's correct, Phoenix. You're not wrong. That is the goal. Okay, we're about to foam. Doesn't take very long. So we're basically like starting brown butter. We're not making brown butter, but we are starting the process of browning the butter. Then we're going to add all of our flour in here. Not quite foaming, just about. We got like another 30 seconds maybe. Come on now, whisk it. Whisk it good. Da, 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 da. Okay, foamy. That looks foamy. That really looks bubbly to me. Not quite foamy yet. Foam is a specific texture. Cheetos are the dangerously cheesy one. Correct. Okay. I'm gonna add this. This is our flour, mustard, and cayenne pepper. I'm gonna stir that for about a minute, it says, until it's combined and browned. It does say stir constantly, basically in every direction here. So we'll give this a minute. It smells good. Smells delicious. I'm gonna get my milk from the counter. Gradually add the milk. Continue whisking until the mixture becomes fragrant and deepens in color, about 1 minute. So we're about 30 seconds in here, 40 seconds or so. It is starting to get a little deeper in color. Seems complicated? Nah. I'm making it more complicated by saying the steps a bunch of different times in like 6 different ways. It doesn't feel all that complicated. It is starting to brown. Okay. Oh, I just smelled it for the first time. That counts as fragrant to me. If I can smell it, Lord knows it is fragrant. Okay, so we're going to gradually add the milk. Bring the mixture to a boil. It says the mixture must boil. Okay, so we're going to turn this all the way up. Yeah, we're not burning. We're not burnt. We're not burnt. We're certainly not burnt. That I know. Okay, we're adding and we are whisking. We're adding slowly, like it says. Trying to get the sides scraped a little bit. There's like one spot on the bottom of the pot that I can feel has like some flour stuck on still. There we go. Got it. This is good practice too. I'm doing this left-handed. The stirring. Getting my left hand practicing. Great. We did it. Yay. Put that bowl in the sink.
All right, let's bring that beat back.
The mixture must reach a full boil to fully thicken. Reduce the heat to medium and simmer, whisking occasionally until thickened and the consistency of heavy cream, about 5 minutes. Great. Okay, well, let's get my timer over here. Shockingly enough, some of this is heavy cream, so it might not take 5 minutes. You're like, but it's the consistency of heavy cream now. Okay. Noted. Noted. All right. We're whisking. I feel the bottom of the, you can feel the bottom of the pot when you're doing this. Like if stuff starts to stick, it's pretty apparent. Gwen, hello. How are my baby boys? They're great. Ash has been exploring the kitchen. You just missed him. He was here like less than 5 minutes ago, right at my feet, playing with a balloon. He has been more exploratory than Obi has. Both of them have been around. Both of them were on stream earlier, happily getting petted. Ash hung out and sat on the counter and was present. Obi was also present, but not less enthusiastic. And generally, they're doing great. Daisy has not stirred at all today. She's been upstairs. She peed once upstairs. I cleaned it up. And she has not made any appearance since then. Report! That's the report. And I'm doing well, but I know you weren't talking about me. Thanks. We're making mac and cheese. The ice cream turned out great. Like really, really, really good. The ice cream is the best ice cream I've made so far. And the mac and cheese is going well. If he asks to get ice cream after camp, honestly, it's his birthday, so like, sure. But I would also remind him that we have ice cream that I made that he requested and a literal ice cream cake at home. And I would also remind him that he got ice cream, what was it? Yesterday? No, it wasn't yesterday. Like, I would tell him, look, we have 2 different types of ice cream at home. You're gonna get ice cream again this week after camp. Like, maybe save it for tomorrow. But like, if he's insistent, like, you know, don't tell him no, because it's his literal birthday. But like, remind him. He will be made of ice cream, Twinderella, and a happy child he will be for having been reconstructed out of ice cream. All right, we're stirring. We're getting to a boil. I see some small bubbles around the side. How much time do we have left? 10 minutes. Great. We may end up having to take an ad break in the middle of this, and if that's the case, I'm very deeply sorry. You know what? I could just turn the ad program off. I think I'll do that. If we end up getting hard up for ads here, I'm just going to turn it off. Tatsu, welcome in. Just like I did yesterday. Last night, I should say. And today. Yesterday and today. All right. But Gwen, we're finishing, what we're doing now is finishing, we're making the mac and cheese. I made some cookies, not fresh cookies, I made freezer cookies. But once I'm finished with the mac and cheese, I'm gonna like basically stage that for dinner, and then it's like time to clean up. So when y'all get home, Gwen, confirm you're still doing pickup. Please. I assumed as much based on the fact that you're not home and have the car. And you said as much this morning. But yeah, I should be finishing up. I meant to finish up around 3:30 today. When I realized you were doing pickup, I didn't feel concerned about timing. But anyway, here we are. Almost ready. Oh, right. You did just ask about ice cream. Sheesh. My bad. My bad. I feel this starting to thicken up, actually. Are we boiling yet? No. Okay. Everyone got annoying and dumb. Yeah. Every day forever. Gwen loves her coworkers. But I'm always like, listen, bro. You hired him. Actually, I don't ever say that. I try to be understanding. Because nobody tells you that they're awful when they're being interviewed for a job. Tatsu, that's 20 check-ins. Hey, Tatsu, when I turn the main camera back on, right, this camera, the one that I'm pointing at, that in the small box, can you please remind me to write that down? If you don't mind. Actually, no. Hold on. I can reach it. Got it. Okay. I'm going to write that down because 20 check-ins is a Cookie Club entry. Okay, I got you. That's 20 check-ins. Yeah, this is a base for mac and cheese. Whoa, we got some bubbles. We got some bubbles. Big plorps. Yeah, we are just about to boil here. It says in the recipe that it needs to come to a complete boil. It very specifically states the mixture must reach a full boil to fully thicken. Then reduce the heat to medium and simmer, whisking occasionally until thickened or the consistency of heavy cream about 5 minutes. Okay, here's what we're going to do. Y'all, because Twitch is like chirping at me for an ad break. Once this boils and is simmering, I'm going to just run the ad break while it's simmering. That way we don't miss anything and we get, I don't have to like turn it off and back on and then that becomes annoying. So, all right, we are almost at a full boil. Just about there. Kathy, welcome in. Welcome in. It is simmering. Here we go. Okay, this, another like 15 seconds. We're going to be at a full rolling, like a whole ass boil. I'm going to stir very slowly to watch it get there. Chirping. Is that a thing they say? All right, we are at a full boil. Beautiful. Okay, I'm going to turn this down. It says turn it down to medium. Medium is 3.5. And stir for a few minutes until it's a consistency of heavy cream, up to 5 minutes. So we're going to do a 5-minute timer. Kathy, thank you for the birthday wishes. It is not my birthday. It is Calvin's birthday today. He is 10 years old. And he is not home right now. We're making mac and cheese for dinner. Okay, so it says simmer, stirring occasionally. So I'm going to take a quick pause. I'm going to throw the words on stream, John, on stream. Here we go. And then we're going to take a quick ad break. We're going to keep that simmer going. Tatsu, I agree. Boiling dairy always makes me feel a little bit uncomfortable, but it did say to, so. All right, we're going to take a 3-minute break. We have a game of words on stream going. A great time to get up and get a drink, get a snack, go to the bathroom, have a good cry if you need to. We'll be back in 3 minutes. If you're on Twitch, you're going to get a 3-minute ad break. It's starting now. You can always go subscribe on YouTube where there's no ads and you can hear me ramble during the ad break. Okay, BRB.
Hi, welcome to another edition of Commercials I Hate.
Thriffle says, in Canadian slang, chirping refers to trash talking or making fun of someone, often in a playful or competitive context like sports. It's a form of smack talk used to get under an opponent's skin. Well, how about that? I feel like I've heard this. Watching soccer games. I feel like that might be where I picked that phrasing up from. I've been watching more Major League Soccer, MLS, recently. Yeah, this is definitely at a nice little simmer. Not boiling, but thickening nonetheless. It is thickening. I can feel it. I can feel it getting thicker. Give me this book! Off the heat, whisk in the cheese and 1 teaspoon of salt until the cheeses are fully melted. I'm not going to put any salt in this because I salted the pasta and I used salted butter. And I don't think this needs any salt. I think it's going to be salty enough no matter what. Yeah. Okay, one more? Room for one more? Yeah, we got room for one more. We got 50 seconds left on this ad break. I wish you could adjust, and maybe you can and I'm just ignorant. I wish you could adjust the amount of time that the Words on Stream games are. I would make them like 1 minute and 20 seconds. So that they lined up perfectly with the actual ad breaks. But you can't do that. So, whatever. All right. Hey, welcome back. If you're on Twitch, you're back from your ad break. Thank you for your patience. I appreciate it. The ads are helpful for me. Financially, sort of. Usually they're helpful because I get a quick break in what we're doing to like sort the dishes. Today, that's not the case. In this moment, it's not the case anyway. We have everybody in this chat is going to get 2 more guesses. We need 1 more word for our first board of the day. I believe in you. I told you, I believe in you. And there we go. Beautiful. Y'all. Someone hit command board in chat. Thank you so far. Lovely. Good job. Good job. All right. Come on back. We're almost there. What the fuck is a pelf? I don't know. What is a pelf? That was 5 minutes worth of stirring. This is definitely thickened. It's the consistency of heavy cream. We're going to take this off the heat now and come on back over to the counter. And we are going to stir in our cheese. Why don't we take this view? It's money, especially when gained in a dishonest or dishonorable way. Okay. Cool. Off the heat, whisk in the cheese and 1 teaspoon of salt. I said this during the ad break, but we are not going to add salt to this because this has had plenty of salt in it. I used salted butter, and I also, I just think it has, I salted the pasta water. Ari Lori, welcome in. I saw you come through during the Words on Stream. Welcome. Good to have you. Happy Tuesday. Hopefully. I mean, I should say I hope it's a happy Tuesday. It's a good one for me. All right. We're going to whisk cheese in little by little. Yeah, and I did use more cheese. So we're definitely, it says to add a teaspoon of salt, and I'm like, I don't need to do that. I don't feel like that is gonna be necessary. We're making a judgment call based on experience. Yay, cooking. All right. But I'm gradually adding the cheese, and I'm melting, hopefully melting. I mean, it looks like it's melting. I don't see any solid chunks of cheese in here. This is thick. It's a nice color, too. It's funny. I always think of mac and cheese as like a dark yellow, but it's completely and obviously dependent on the type of cheese you use. Surprise, surprise. Mac and cheese is depending on the color of cheese. Okay. Almost there. One more round of cheese addition. Yeah, I did add more cheese this time because I wanted it to be extra cheesy. Just in general, I think that was my preference. Okay. This is looking delightful. Now, as long as I don't have any cheese chunks collecting in the whisk, we're gonna be good here. I'm gonna give this a try also before I add the macaroni in it, just to confirm that it's good. What I'm loving about this is it does look very silky. It doesn't look grainy at all. Which happens sometimes if you don't like incorporate everything, or you don't stir it enough, or whatever, it can get kind of grainy, and we don't love that. But this is thick. What a visual. Oh yeah, that's great. I could have like added quadruple the amount of cayenne pepper in there, and I don't even think you would notice it. Off the heat, whisk in the cheese and 1 teaspoon of salt until the cheeses are fully melted. Add the pasta. Okay, and cook over medium heat, stirring constantly until the mixture is steaming and heated through, about 6 minutes. Okay, this is where we add the macaroni. This is the magic part. This is the magic part. Are we ready? Are we ready for macaroni? Here we go. Ash is coming down the steps like, I'm ready. He's ready. He knows it. He knows what's up. We're gonna add this. It's a little dry because it was cooked a little while ago. So I'm gonna give this like a stir here so it doesn't plop out all in one enormous chunk. That would be bad. And let's add, this is the thing that you can sort of add all at once. I don't need to like stir and incorporate and stir and incorporate, and just add the whole colander worth of macaroni, and then we'll stir it in. This is amazing. I don't remember if I had this pot at this time last year, but this is the perfect pot for this because it is the right size for what I'm doing. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. This is looking delicious. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh yeah. Beautiful. Let's put this on the stove. It's asking me to add the pasta and cook over medium heat, stirring constantly until the mixture is steaming and heated through. I mean, it's pretty hot right now, y'all. I'm not gonna lie. And this is like, this is cheesy. This is like, it's a little bit soupy, but that's totally okay because it's also just like super melted. Super melted. And Tatsu, you're correct. I am going to taste this before I put it back on. All right, there we go. Wait, there's the center of the camera. Fuck, that is good. Yeah, that is extra cheesy. Guava. It is gooey. It's oh, that's so good. Yeah, I was right to not add more salt to that. Okay, come on back over here. We're gonna heat this. It says stirring constantly. You know, it's so funny because the color of the camera is like extremely different. There we go. That right there. That right there. Yeah, that's the actual, that's as close to the actual color of the thing as I think it could possibly go. Okay. Super. All right. What am I looking for here? Steaming and heated through. About 6 minutes, it says. Whoa. That's a long time. That's way longer than I thought. Okay. Well, let's just stir. And yeah, this is where it's going to thicken up a little bit because they want it to like get bubbly now. This is so good. I am really proud of this one this time. Every single year that I have made this, it has been a little too dry for me. Hey, we got a cat. We got a cat. There's a cat. Nope, he's not coming through. Okay, he's here. He's very present. He may come down at my feet. We'll see. Ash, are you coming by? Come here. Come this way. There he is. Goodbye. Okay. No, close enough. Did I start my timer? I did. I started my timer. Okay. But yeah, every year I've made this, I've been slightly disappointed that it's not cheesier. And this time around, I feel like I may have gone a little much in the opposite direction, but honestly, cheesier is better at the start because it will dry out a little more. What'll happen too is the longer it sits, some of this extra moisture will get absorbed by the noodles, right? Because like I cook the noodles, but then they can always absorb a little bit more. Some of it will evaporate just into the air. And it will end up being quite nice. So I'm pretty happy with how this turned out. I think adding the extra cheese, maybe next time I don't add as much extra cheese, but like we'll see. We'll see how it turns out. Because remember, I'm gonna put this in a big tray and then bake it for a little bit. And then it's gonna sit. It's going to sit for a little bit before we eat it. So it will have time to thicken up. Yeah, and you dip the veggies in. What veggies, Phoenix? I did threaten to put peas in it this year. Calvin was like, oh, that would be good. And then I was like, nah, I don't think so. I just like it pure. Every once in a while, if I'm making like a big homemade mac and cheese like this, I do kind of love it just as it is. When I make like boxed mac and cheese, like I add a bunch of stuff to it. Yeah, I could add more cream to it, Tatsu, totally. You could add a little milk or whatever. I could thin it out. But yeah, this is like, once it cools a little bit too, it'll also, you know, some of the cheese will reconstitute. Guava says, I add kale and peas to my mac, so I feel like I'm being healthy while eating my mac. Totally. I usually add, usually when I make like boxed mac and cheese, I'll add extra cheese to it. Like I'll grate some cheese into it, or if I have like shredded cheese from some type of meal, I'll add some frozen peas or frozen corn. Occasionally I'll add tuna to it. I love tuna. Steamed broccoli is a great idea, Phoenix. I have, what vegetables do I have in there? I have asparagus in there. I have some carrots in there. Some cucumbers. Yeah, black pepper would be good too. I did not add any black pepper to this. Broccolini, yes. Love broccoli. I do love some broccolini. That's true. Kale, or like a really hearty green, would be good in here. If you added arugula to this, or like spinach, it would just be gone. It would like wilt into nothing. Which is, you know, that's what spinach does. All right, we're at 4 minutes and 40 seconds out of 6 minutes. So if I just stop starting this for a second, I'm starting to get a few little tiny bubbles. So we're almost warmed completely through again. And you can see it's thickening, or it looks a little thicker, but also like the sauce got inside all of the noodles now. So it's, you know, the noodles are starting to absorb the sauces in all the nooks and crannies now, and we're evaporating just a little bit. So in a few moments, I'm going to take this, and I'm going to take this off the stove. I am going to try it one more time for science. And then we're going to put this into the various pans that it's going in. At least one 13x9 tray. You know what I could have done? If I was thinking, I could have just made like individual, for dinner tonight, I could have made like 3 individual ramekins maybe. Master of Splits. Very cheesy Philly cheesesteak mac and cheese. That would be good. All you'd need to do to make this a cheesesteak mac and cheese is add some beef to it. That would be an easy one. Okay, I think this needs a little bit more heat. I'm not seeing any steam yet. And also, I time and a half to the recipe. So I'm gonna put 3 more minutes on my clock here, and just like stir a little bit more. It said 6 minutes. If I time and a half it, that would mean 9 total. But we're almost there. Hell yeah, cheeseburger macaroni. Man, I just came back to like when I was a kid. My dad's house, he used to make beef stroganoff from like the box. You know, like the beef stroganoff box. And it was real good. I haven't had that probably since then. But I'm thinking about it now. I'm thinking about it now, and I'm thinking it sounds amazing. Okay. I am getting a little steam off of here now. That was an additional, I did an additional minute, and now we're just starting to steam. Let me give another like 30 seconds to this, and then should be good to go. But it did say, I have followed the instructions of this recipe with regard to stirring. and timing pretty accurately. I added a little extra butter to this. I added a half a tablespoon of butter extra. I added a little bit of extra cheese. And instead of using straight milk, I used a mix of milk and heavy cream and half. So we did make some modifications, but generally I think all of them were in the like positive column. For example, I didn't need to use oat milk in here. I did, you know, it's all dairy. And this is certainly thicker than it was when I first added the macaroni. So we are gonna give this one more minute here, one last minute. I'll pull it off. We'll tray it up, and then I'll bake it for just a few minutes. Broil it, actually, is what they ask for. Not baking. Man, my arm is tired. I have been stirring since this was a little baby butter foaming in the bottom of this pot. Pretty much constantly since that moment. But this is potentially the best mac and cheese I've ever made. To complement what I know to be the best ice cream I've ever made. So I feel really good about dinner tonight. I feel really good about the two specific things that my kid asked for me to make him for his birthday dinner. Okay, heat off. Come on back. I'm gonna come back over to the counter here. Where's that on this stream deck? There it is. Okay, come on back over to the counter. Uncommon. Thank you. It is my son Calvin's birthday today. He is 10 years old. And we are making mac and cheese. Because that's what he wants. Excuse me, for his birthday dinner. Let's burn the entire inside of my mouth. Ready? Here we go. Yep. You fucking idiot. Yeah, that's real good. That's real good. That's still gonna thicken up just like a little bit. And I'm here for it. I'm ready. I'm ready. My body is a temple, and we're gonna desecrate the shit out of it today. Okay, we have a 13 by 9 pan. We have an 8 by 8 pan. And that should be just about right. It's not a real taste test until you burnt your mouth. This is but factual. But factual. Heat the broiler, it says. Okay, let's heat the broiler. We're going to do that now. Adjust an oven rack to the lower middle position. Yeah, that's about where it is. All right. I'm going to spoon this into this tray because if I attempt to dump it, it's probably not going to go well. Noises from the living room. Cat scratching first. Got it. Okay. We're going to use a ladle to put this in here. Besides dessert, is there anything else going on with the mac? No. Yes. I'm going to broil it. And we have a secret bread topping to put on top. So we're going to broil with the breaded topping. And then I'm going to take it out of the oven and I'm going to let it sit on top of the oven. Like, I'm not going to put it in the fridge because it is not that long before dinner. It's 1600 right now. That's 4 p.m. Dinner will be, I feel like I want to have dinner sort of as when Calvin gets home. Not for any like pressing reason, but like it'll be ready when he gets home. He will likely be very hungry. He will also be there's the potential that he'll be annoyed at Gwen for not taking him to get ice cream after camp. But I made ice cream and we have an ice cream cake. Oh, and we have cookies. We have cookies too. The cookies, I don't have a plan for the cookies. I did think maybe I could make some ice cream sandwich cookies, but I didn't do that. I feel like I would have needed to have the cookies when I finished churning the ice cream in order to make that happen. So I don't really know what I'm going to do with the cookies. I know we're going to eat them, but they're not necessarily like birthday specific, right? They're just sort of cookies. I didn't make them today. These are freezer cookies. There's chocolate chip and something else. I don't know what the other cookie is. I'm looking at it and I can't visually interpret what it is. I'll show it to you. We'll try to. I mean, there's only 2 of them. I thought they were chocolate chips, but they're not. You like tomatoes and ham and macaroni and cheese? Same. Yeah, I'm a big fan of a few vegetables. I love my favorite macaroni and cheese has peas and tuna. That is my personal favorite. Peas and tuna. A little weird, but I promise you, it's delicious. The tuna's interesting. It's like because it sort of adds like a tangy element to the whole situation. You know, and it cuts the richness a lot. Like you really notice it in there, but it's sort of like, oh, thank gosh. A bite with the tuna. Like a bite with tuna. Oh. You know, it's like, it's almost, I dare say refreshing. I did say refreshing, but I don't know that that's a hill I would die on. Okay, holy shit. This is super cheesy. Like super cheesy. I'm just getting all of it out of here because I'm not wasting it. That's for sure. Every noodle, come with me. All right, that looks great. Now we're not going to overbake this either. Tuna is tangy. I mean, in the context of cheese, yeah. Standalone, not really. Now, if you add capers to your mac and cheese, John, those can also be pretty good. Dill pickle mac and cheese. Damn, that was good. Oh, there was a noodle on the counter. Stragglers. Okay, let's get this over to the stove. Damn! I destroyed this bitch. The sink, I mean. God. Remember when I was caught up on dishes earlier in stream? Yeah, not the case. Fuck. That is brutal. It's not as bad as it looks, though. There's a bunch of appliances that need to get put away. There's a big bucket with the ice cream. And some of it can go in the dishwasher. Okay. For our secret topping. Secret topping! It's not secret. I just haven't mentioned it in a while. Hold on, I have to sneeze. Excuse me. Okay. Let me wash my hands. The other day, where were we? We were in the airport, and Calvin sneezed, like, into his hand, and not 10 seconds later, he tried to hold my hand. And I was like, love you, dude, but we're not doing that right now. You're gonna wash your hands first. Beep boop, Beth. Welcome in. Beth, good to see you. A good poll. What should I cheesesteak for a future stream? Pasta primavera, aglio e olio. That's a soup. Oh, spaghetti. Right. Aglio e olio spaghetti. Also, that's not what I was thinking. That's not the soup I was thinking. Lasagna. Lasagna would be a good one. Cacio e pepe or seafood linguine. Cacio e pepe sounds like a real good one. Bakery, welcome in. Welcome in. All right, here we go. Do you all know what this is? Anyone want to guess what's in here? Anyone who wasn't earlier in stream? Uncommon says goldfish. No. Cheez-Its? No. I'll give you a hint. They're dangerously cheesy. What are these little black spots in here? They're dangerously cheesy. Man. There you go, Kathy. Cheetos. Crispy Cheetos, of course. Oh, let's try this left-handed. This is like a fine motor skill sort of task. The like micro shaking. How am I doing that with my right hand? With my forearm. Okay. Made a cheese puff coated chicken before. Mmm. Some people add breadcrumbs with grated Parmesan. Some people do, Tatsu. The recipe specifically says to add breadcrumbs with a little bit of butter. What we do, there was per a chat suggestion. Per chat, the comment was made. It would be like Cheetos would be really good as a topping because it is a thing, and you know, I happen to have a bag of Cheetos that were basically like a family-sized bag of Cheetos that was just like a ton of little like Cheetos scraps that I've been avoiding eating because they're annoying, because I eat my Cheetos with chopsticks and they're difficult to eat when they're like the teeny tiny nubs that are at the bottom of like an enormous family size bag of Cheetos. Anyway, I was like, oh, I have a bag of Cheetos. Great. Okay, so that looks good for this tray. I think I have enough for just a little bit more on this particular tray. So I hope the Cheetos aren't hated because I'm putting them on both trays. Now this tray that I'm doing right now is going to go in the freezer. I'm going to broil it, but I am going to freeze it. Okay. Broil until the crumbs are deep golden brown, about 3 to 5 minutes. We're going to do less than that. We're going to do like 2 minutes. Cheesy ramen cacio e pepe. Gwen was asking for ramen the other day. I have never made ramen, like myself. I've never made like a stock for ramen. Uncommon, Cheetos and Cheez-Its. That would be really good. Cheetos are very good too. Cheez-Its are very good. I've had Cheez-It mac and cheese before. Bakery, you don't like parm? Sometimes there's parm on top. Not every time. Yeah. And parm doesn't really melt either. So if you want it like a little brown and crispy, great. If you want like a melty sort of situation on top, parm is not going to be your jam. Flamin' hot Cheetos with extra toasted Cheez-Its would be great. You know, I would love to have to put on here Takis. Flamin' hot Takis. Calvin would love that. That would have been perfect. But yeah. Bakery, when you put the bag to your mouth, yeah, you gotta like pull the bottom of the bag out so it like you get the nice funnel and it just like shoots straight down. The best. And welcome in. Hello. Saying that Cheetos is how mac and cheese from the box used to look like. It's true, Joel. We were talking about, I was saying earlier, like, as a kid, I only ever knew mac and cheese to be like this aggressively yellow color, and then I realized as an adult, if you make it yourself with like regular cheese, it's really just like off-white. Bakery says I like parm not as much as my friends. I think there's no such thing as too much Cheetos. I mean, there's no such thing as too much Cheetos. The Cheetos end when I'm like feeling physically ill. John, ramen would be fun. Gwen, ramen is something I've literally never attempted. And I would be interested in some like advice on how to do it. And like, because I think I'm very much a knob. I am a total inexperienced with it. And I don't want to be like, there's no world in which I'm going to ever claim to make like authentic ramen. You know what I mean? That's 10 minutes. We can't do that. That's 1 minute. Okay, let's put this in. Let's put this in first. You have no security here. Why? See, Master Splits. Oh, I've got security. The security is not the issue. The support, the like posting a poll is not available. But like, I'll boot someone. I got that power, and I actually know how to do it now. I looked it up recently. When I went to like time someone out in chat and I couldn't, and I was like, how do I do it? Okay, I'm putting the first tray in because I want to test it first. My Smokey the Bear gibbet like never stays attached to my shoe. It's annoying. Slide into my DMs when you can. They're open for you. Cool. I will. I think it's one of those things where I will come around to getting to. I have a list of things I want to make. I have basically like Gwen will request something, and then like 3 to 4 months later, I'll make it. If it doesn't like slide easily into the rotation, I feel like ramen. I'm not like intimidated by it. I'm not familiar with it. So like, when she's like, oh, can you make risotto for me? I'm like, yeah, that's easy. I know how to do that. Like, I can just sort of conceptualize the whole thing. I don't have to do any research. With ramen feels like, oh, I want to do something like reasonably nice. I don't want to like bug it up. Okay. Yep, that's crisp. Good. 1 minute is perfect. Less than 1 minute, actually, would probably be better. So we're going to do this next tray right here, and I am going to watch this the entire time, except when I start the clock. Okay, so yeah, we're gonna watch this because these Cheetos burn real quick. Boxed mac and cheese Sparkling Jewel is a favorite in this house, and if I'm being real with you, I don't think that my family cares that I'm making homemade mac and cheese. Like, I'm being real. I don't think that they actually, if I made like 5 boxes of Annie's homemade mac and cheese and just did nothing else, I'm positive that they would be very happy with that. I'm positive. I know they would, because they have told me as much. Okay, we're rotating this tray in the oven. This is the tray I want to be not burnt to a crisp. And I'm literally, I've got the oven open because it's the broiler. It's just heating from the top. It doesn't need to be closed to keep heat in like baking. We're just browning up the topping. And we're almost there. I see some little smoke wisps, and we are good. Jesus Christ, it smells like Cheetos so crazy in this kitchen right now. Hold on. I need a trivet. All right. Fuzzy up. All right. Bruh. We did it. We did it. We did it. This looks great. The time. I just put the timer away and it's like in the closet, like, hey, I'm going off. Y'all. Look at this. This is Cheetos macaroni and cheese. Cheetos makes mac and cheese too. Have you tried it? I have not. I have not. I have not tried the actual Cheetos version of Cheetos mac and cheese. I would. Okay, this looks great. I am going to cut a little corner of this out. I'm going to take a picture of this first. That's what we're going to do. I'm going to take a picture of it. I'm going to cut a little corner out. Then I'm going to take the cookies off the tray and I want to show, I want to like pop the ice cream out too and see if it's hard yet. But let's take like a picture of this. I'm going to take a picture of this against the white background. I usually use the cutting board, the brown cutting board for pictures, but I just this morning looked at Time Hop from last year and it's the picture of the mac and cheese from last August 12th and it's brown. It's like brown on brown and it does not look good. This looks electric orange and slightly ridiculous, I'm not going to lie. But it definitely looks kind of amazing. I'm not gonna lie about that. Let's get a little taste test though, because that's important. It is important to try some of this, I think, right? For our purposes, we should be trying this, and you'd like to know how it is. Yes, confirm. Okay, cool. This is when I need a third person. No, sorry, second person. I don't need a third person here. I need a second person to like take a picture that I can like, you know, like a magazine photo or something. Let's cut a little corner out of here. And I'm going to take a picture with the corner cut out. There we go. Whew. Okay. Here we go. If the master splits, if the moderators can't get to the poll in a reasonable enough time, we do have to give them grace. Let's keep doing that, okay? They see the poll request. Chill. Or they don't see the poll requests and they don't get to it, and then your points get refunded. It's hard to tell what's joking and what's not here on the internet, so I always opt for the I take things very seriously, so a little about me. All right, here we go. This is Cheetos mac and cheese. It looks yummy. And it is yummy. And that is really good. The Cheetos are not burned. They're crispy. They're not like bread, which gets soggy and sad and awful. The Cheetos were crispy already. I think that's the difference maker. This is very salty. It is very salty. Fuck, that is so good though. They're gonna love that. I'd be willing to put money on that. They're gonna be like, what? Cheetos? what? That's weird. And I'm going to be like, but wait, it's delicious too. Yes, it's weird. And it's delicious. Is this hot? Is this tray hot? No, not that hot. Woo! Yes, it is. Never mind. Stop touching it. Is this tray hot? Not that hot. Okay, let's move this over. Wait. No, I'm gonna move this like here. I want a space for like to cookie things. All right, we also have cookies here. Here they are. They are chocolate chip, and then whatever that is. I don't know what that is. What is this? This is a Cookie Club cookie, but I don't know which one. I still don't know which one. It's good though. I literally can't, I don't know what that is. It's got chocolate in it. To be fair, it's a chocolate cookie. I don't know which kind. I don't know which one though. These look great. These chocolate chip ones look really good. I'm gonna try one. They're cool now. They're like room temp. Yeah. These are better after being in the freezer than they are when I made them. Those are excellent. 8 out of 10. No notes. Let's put these in a container of some kind. We have a poll live in chat. What pasta dish? This is specific to pasta, which I kind of love because I do love pasta. Should I turn into a Philly cheesesteak version? Philly cheesesteak, for those of y'all who are uninitiated, is a specific type of cheesesteak. Yes, I will die on this hill. I will not give you grief if you say that something is a cheesesteak. You want to put peppers on it? Great. You want to put mushrooms on it? Great. I don't care what you put on it. Call it what you want. No, sorry. Call it a cheesesteak all you want and put whatever you want on it. But if you call something a Philly cheesesteak, that, to me, in my head, comes with a specific set of rules. And those rules are, your ingredients are limited. Beef, shaved or chopped, it doesn't matter. But beef. Cheese. You have provolone cheese. You could have American cheese. You could have cheddar. I guess some places do cheddar. But Cheese Whiz, also acceptable. American cheese, provolone cheese, or Cheese Whiz are like the three main cheeses. Beef, cheese, fried onions, yes or no? Fried onions, it's a yes or no question. It's the same. You can get a Philly cheesesteak with fried onions or without fried onions. But beef and cheese and a roll, a long roll, a hoagie roll, commonly called a submarine roll, a soft one, seeded, ideally. There's a couple bakeries in Philly that do them really well. Amoroso's is one that you could maybe find on the East Coast. That's it. That's it. That's it. If you put mushrooms on it, it's just a cheesesteak. If you call it a Philly cheesesteak, you take those mushrooms off. That's all. It's not hard, but those are the rules. Those are the rules. I don't make them. I don't make them. Uncommons order. Whiz wit. There you go. There you go. What does whiz wit mean? What are you talking about? Whiz wit tells me what kind of cheese you want and whether or not you want fried onions. Because I know you want beef and I know you want the roll. All I got to know is whiz. And then do you want onions? Wit is with onions, and wit out is without onions. Whiz wit, whiz wit out. Easy. That's all you need to say. Go to a cheesesteak place in Philly. You say provolone wit. You should know exactly what you're getting. And that cheesesteak will not have peppers or onions. It won't have ketchup. It won't have mayonnaise on it. You order a cheesesteak hoagie, you can expect lettuce, tomato. But that's, I don't know. Who would do that? Who would do that? Anyway, sorry. I'm going to step off my soapbox now. By the way, hi. I'm Lou. I live in Philadelphia. I don't eat beef, but I have opinions about cheesesteaks. We did some good work today. We did some real good work today. We did some good work last night. And tomorrow, well, we're not quite finished today. We're gonna figure out where to go here. We'll figure out where to go. Let me tell you. Oh, let's check the ice cream. Is the ice cream hard yet? It is. Ooh, it is. Almost. It is. The ice cream needs till about 5 p.m. 5 something p.m. to be completely solidified. But this is Cantaloupe ice cream. It is the best ice cream I've ever made, and it is almost there. It's almost there. We'll be ready to eat this. By the time we finish eating dinner, this will be immediately ready. Our poll has completed. Lasagna it is. And if I'm being real honest, I was hoping for lasagna because lasagna is an easy one, I think. Although if I'm going by my own rules, it would just be like layers of beef and cheese and noodles, which would be pretty good. I would use shaved beef in a lasagna. No, sorry, I would use chopped beef. Shaved is a little different. Master Splits, Wagyu would be good to use in a Philly cheesesteak. I wasn't prescriptive about what type of beef, by the way. You can use whatever kind of beef you want. Typically, a cheaper cut is acceptable. Uncommon says, when I was a kid, we had a field trip to Philly and got a cheesesteak while I was there. And one of the kids told me that it was an atrocity that I put ketchup on it. That kid was a jerk. Don't listen to them. Enjoy your cheesesteak however you want. I am not telling you that you shouldn't put onions or peppers or mushrooms or ketchup or mayonnaise or lettuce, tomato, or anything on your cheesesteak. I'm just telling you that I hate when I go to a restaurant and it has Philly cheesesteak on the menu and it's loaded with a bunch of bullshit that's not on a Philly cheesesteak. That's what I'm saying. I think that the person who told you that you shouldn't put ketchup on your cheesesteak was kind of an asshole, because here's the thing. Pat's and Gino's, for all of their ills, for all of the myriad reasons that I would never, ever tell you to go there, because there are so many better cheesesteak places, both taste and morals, in this city. Both of them offer ketchup. And if the biggest cheesesteak place in Philadelphia that founded and invented the cheesesteak offers ketchup, and someone tells you that is an atrocity, you put ketchup on it, they're wrong. They're wrong. Anyway, hot take. My opinion, you can have it. Top it with crushed Cheetos. Hell yeah. Pickles, go on with your pickles. I would love pickles on there. I would love pickles on there. What was I even saying? I forget. I was about to blather on for like a few moments about tomorrow. Tomorrow, friends, is going to be super fun. Tomorrow we're going to start stream around 10:30 a.m. I am going to be live. Yeah, live around 10:30. Sometime between 11 and 11 like 15, roughly. We're going to be rolling into. We're going to be rolling into Bennett Compost. Bennett Compost. Who's that, you ask? Bennett Compost. Let's not put the compost bucket on the counter. Bennett Compost is the provider of my compost bucket. You've heard me talk about it on stream a bunch. I use it every time I cook. It's an integral part of the stream. But what happens is I sit this compost bucket on my front step. Someone, enterprising young person, comes in on a bicycle and picks it up, dumps it into a big bin, and then they take it somewhere mysterious. Tomorrow we're going to find out where they take it. We're going to be visiting the Bennett Compost facility in North Philadelphia. It is going to be fun. It looks like we have great weather tomorrow. No rain. They're rain or shine. They don't really care. It's outdoors. So I'm glad it's not going to rain. But we're going to go visit Bennett Compost. They're going to be giving us a tour. One of their founders, Jen, is going to be there. It's a Wednesday. They build their new compost piles on Wednesday. So basically, if you know anything about compost, great. If you don't know anything about compost, you can put Compost 101 in chat, command Compost 101. That will give you a bunch of information about composting. Anyway, tomorrow when we get there, we're going to talk for a little while. Then we're going to do, they're going to build a pile. So they're going to take all of the like household stuff that they bring in, sift through it. They're going to start like with the layers. They do it. They have a whole system, and Jen's going to tell us all about it. And I promise you, it is like super fascinating. We're going to look inside their facility where they do everything. It's the whole thing. They process the buckets in there. They have a vermiculture, which is worms. I repeat, worms, like worms. Inside, we're going to look at that. We're going to probably take big handfuls of soil and like look at the worms, and isn't that going to be fun? Yes, it's going to be fun. I promise you, it's like the coolest thing I've seen. But that's all going to be tomorrow. It's a little on the earlier side. I mean, we started at like 11:30 today. Actually started stream at 11:30 today. We're going to start stream a little earlier tomorrow. Probably take a little walk along along this like river trail that's near their facility. But we're going to start streaming around 10:30. We're going to walk into their facility roughly around 11, maybe a little after 11, and then we're going to get a cool tour. I'm really looking forward to it. They're excited for it. They're excited to talk about it. I'm excited to share it with y'all. So if you're hanging out, it'd be a really fun thing to do. It'd be a really fun thing to do. That's going to be tomorrow. Thursday, we're going to be live as well. Thursday is going to be a recipe development day, so a bit of a like push the glasses up and get in the notebook situation. I have a couple recipes we're working on this month. Those recipes are egg salad, the apple cheddar cookies that I've made on stream before and kind of worked on here and there. I also have a soup that I'm going to work on. I don't know which of those we're going to do tomorrow, but we're gonna do at least one of them tomorrow. Kathy, thank you for hanging out. It's good to have you. I will say happy birthday. I hope he does love the dinner too. Uncommon, that's fantastic. When my great-grandmother moved from her house to her new house, she dug up as many of the worms she could from her garden and brought them to her new garden. And I bet they loved it. They were probably like, hell yeah, this is better. This sounds fantastic. That's a very niche and unique idea, and I'm 100% here for it. Velos, tomorrow we're going to be doing stream. Stream's going to start at around 10:30, hopefully. Stream's going to start between 10:15 and 11. We're going to walk into the compost facility sometime between 11 and 11:30. Then we'll be there for probably 2 to 3 hours. And then I think that's just going to be the end of stream. I'm not going to try to like extend it longer into the day. You know, we're going to visit the compost facility tomorrow. That's the goal. So we have reached the end of our stream today. We're going to raid friend of the stream who hung out for quite a while today, Lissy Bits and Bytes. Lizzie is okay, what is she doing? She is market prep week. Okay, so let's kind of she's working. She's doing so. Lizzie does this interesting thing on stream where she has like a working period, right? Where she like has music on, isn't as responsive to chat. We're gonna raid there anyway. So here's what I'd love. I'd love you to go, come through with the raid. I'd love you to follow. She may break the working period, but Lizzie does market prep. She like makes bakery stuff and sells it at a market, and is working to prep for that right now. So that's the part of the stream that she's currently in, which is super fun and interesting. But we're gonna raid there. Luke, thank you for hanging out. I appreciate you too, Darlene. I will tell Calvin that happy birthdays were shared.
Don't you say goodbye?
All around, and I appreciate you for saying so. Here are some raid messages in chat. 1, for anyone who wants it. 2, to use if you're a subscriber. Here are some places you can find me elsewhere on the internet. They include Discord, Instagram, YouTube, and Blue Sky, my favorite network that's not Twitter. It's great if you're on there and you don't have like a really heavy political feed. And even if you do, I'll still follow you, but I'm trying to diversify my feed. Anyway, we'll be back tomorrow. Please come join us tomorrow. We're going to have an IRL tour of Bennett Compost. It's going to be really fun. I'm going to clean up the kitchen now while Gwen and Calvin are on the way home. And then we're going to have birthday dinner. We're going to have ice cream. We're going to have ice cream cake. And then we'll see you tomorrow. So I hope you all have a good rest of your day. I appreciate you hanging out for a while this afternoon while we did some birthday prep stuff. I know I chatted a lot. I appreciate y'all, and we'll see you tomorrow. Please go follow Lissy Bits and Bytes when you land there. Mix. Hello, goodbye. It's good to see you. All right, we'll see y'all tomorrow. Start stream at 10:30, 11, whatever. Goodbye.